Through you, Madam Chair, I can confirm that the meeting is live.
Okay, thank you. Welcome all to the March 9th, 2022 Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, City Hall is not open except for very limited services by appointment only. Members of the public are invited to participate in meetings electronically by accessing the meeting live stream video at kitchener.ca/watchnow. While in-person delegations are not feasible at this time, members of the public are invited to participate electronically in future meetings by contacting delegation@kitchener.ca to register as a delegation or submit written comments. So we don't have any consent or discussion items this evening, so we'll move directly into the public hearing. This is a formal public meeting to consider applications under the Planning Act. If a person or public body that would otherwise have an ability to appeal a decision of the City of Kitchener to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, but that person or public body does not make an oral submission at this public meeting or make a written submission to the City of Kitchener before the bylaw is passed, that person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. So item 5.1 on the agenda tonight has to do with comprehensive review of the zoning bylaw, Crosby Stage 2B. And we'll start tonight with a presentation by Richard Kelly Roots, who will give a 10-minute per hour presentation on this matter. So go ahead, Mr. Kelly Roots, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, committee members and residents of Kitchener. Apologies, the lights just went out in our office here at City Hall. Should be fixed shortly. I'm pleased to present to you this evening a zoning bylaw amendment as part of Stage 2B of the city's comprehensive review of the zoning bylaw. This significant amendment would modernize the city's residential zoning bylaws on over 50,000 properties. Next slide, please. Zoning sets rules for what can be built on a property. Kitchener's residential zoning bylaws are over 30 years old. Since the existing zoning was approved in the early 1990s, the types of development we see in Kitchener has evolved, and with the approval of our 2014 official plan, we are due for an update in zoning. The last decade has seen a strong demand for more housing units within our existing neighborhoods, alongside a wide variety of newer housing forms such as stacked townhouses and cluster townhouses. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment responds to these changes and delivers a modern and user-friendly bylaw. Next slide, please. My presentation this evening will summarize the Crosby project, highlight our public engagement approach, and close with an overview of the key issues raised during the review. Next slide, please. The purpose of the comprehensive review of the zoning bylaw project is to implement our 2014 official plan. Beginning in 2014 and culminating in the amendment before you this evening, the Crosby project was divided into two stages. Stage 1 was approved by Council in 2019 and included the non-residential zones such as commercial, mixed use, and industrial employment. Stage 2 is the residential zones. Stage 2A was passed in May of 2021 and approved the base residential zones, being zones Res 1 through Res 7. This facilitated the rollout of Stage 2B before you this evening, which applies these zones to individual properties. Next slide, please. Crosby Stage 2B impacts approximately 54,000 properties in the City of Kitchener and is mostly an administrative exercise to bring properties from the old zoning into the new one. Of the properties included, 98% are being converted from their existing zoning to the equivalent in the new bylaw. Less than 2% of properties are subject to more significant changes, which I will touch on in later slides. Kitchener currently has 9 residential zones, R1 through R9. R1 allows the least density, and R9 allows the most. The new zoning bylaw consolidates these 9 zones into 7, being Res 1 through Res 7. Res 1 allows the least density, and Res 7 allows the most. As part of the zoning exercise in Stage 2B, residential properties were simply converted from their current residential zone to the equivalent in the new zoning. For example, a property zoned R5 today would be converted into Res 4. By and large, the zoning regulations for these properties will be similar to those in place today. Next slide, please. This zoning bylaw amendment continues to position Kitchener as a municipal leader in providing a range of housing options in the city through zoning. Since 1994, Kitchener has been one of the few municipalities in the province to allow as of right duplexing, 2 units, on all low-rise residential properties. And just last year, Council took further initiative by allowing backyard homes on most residential properties. Generally speaking, 3 units are allowed on our properties that are low-rise today in the form of a duplex in the main house plus a backyard home. The application of our new residential zones continues this evolution by accommodating additional flexibility for extra units on low-rise properties. Through Stage 2B, 3 units generally remains the maximum number of units permitted on most properties, while new flexibility allows each of these 3 units to be in the main house. All options available on your screen would be permitted with the approval of Crosby Stage 2B, and council approval of this additional flexibility on individual properties would add to the range of new housing options available in zoning in our low-density neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Given that 98% of properties are only proposed to undergo an administrative change in the name of their zone, our public engagement process focused on the 2% of properties proposed to undergo more significant changes. In numbers, the 2% represents about 900 properties. Each of these properties were sent a customized letter by mail informing them of the changes and inviting them to meet with staff one-on-one. Over 100 property owners took us up on the opportunity to meet with us one-on-one at one of our open houses. Next slide, please. While our direct engagement approach focused on the 2% of properties proposed to undergo more significant changes, our engagement techniques also involved outreach to all properties through methods such as social media ads, newspaper advertisements, and a ward-specific open house open to anyone with an interest in zoning. The following slides will focus on the 2% of properties proposed to have more significant changes. Next slide, please. There is a wide range of reasons for why a property might be included in the 2% of properties proposed to have more changes. Again, in numbers, this is about 900 properties. For the purposes of my staff presentation, I will focus on the properties proposed to be zoned NHC1, which are about 0.8% of all 54,000 properties included in this amendment, and this represents about 400 properties. The NHC1 zone aims to conserve natural features across the city. The city's 2014 official plan directs that our natural features be managed wisely to ensure their continued existence and viability. The official plan identifies Kitchener's natural heritage system, which includes locally, regionally, and provincially significant natural features. Further, Section 7 of our official plan does not allow development, redevelopment, or site alteration in core natural features such as significant wetlands, woodlands, and valleys. As such, the proposed NHC1 zone conserves these features. While all of these natural features exist today, they are often residentially zoned, which is not an accurate representation of their development potential. All property owners proposed to have a new NHC1 zone added to their property were directly notified. Next slide, please. Throughout the process, key concerns we have heard from property owners on the NHC1 zoning are a loss in zoning permissions, concern around impacts to property values, and infringement on what can be done with their property. Staff can appreciate and have considered these impacts as this project has progressed over the past many years. The recommended application of the NHC1 zone represents a consistent approach citywide, is transparent, and conforms to the provincial policy statement, the Region of Waterloo's official plan, and Kitchener's official plan. We will now share some more details about staff's rationale behind the NHC1 zoning. Next slide, please. As noted, most of these properties are zoned fully residential today, including any natural features. The proposed NHC1 zoning would result in a property being split zoned, that is, residentially zoned on one part of the property and NHC1 on part of the property with natural features. Current zoning would suggest that the full extent of residential permissions can be built in these areas. This is not accurate, and part of achieving a modern zoning bylaw is one that is transparent and clear about development permissions. Next slide, please. As it stands today, With or without the NHC1 zoning, there is some level of conservation on each of these properties. The key issue that staff is addressing is that this is not evident in zoning today. The purpose of the NHC1 zoning is to make these limitations more transparent. Examples of these limitations are a tree saving plan that may have been approved by the city when the property was first developed. This plan protected wooded areas of the property from development, and the NHC1 zone would preserve this intent. Other properties are regulated by the Grand River Conservation Authority because they have a wetland or a floodplain or very steep slopes on their property. These features already limit development potential, and the NHC1 zoning makes this more clear. Another example is that a property has a large wooded area on it that is subject to a regional or city tree conservation bylaw protecting the woodland. Some properties have a combination of these existing limitations. The NHC1 zoning makes all of these protections more clear, as the current residential zoning is not an entirely accurate representation of what can actually be built. Next slide, please. So why zoning? Zoning is the most transparent and obvious land use planning tool to communicate what parts of a property can be developed. Zoning is the appropriate land use planning tool to establish permitted and prohibited uses. It is also the tool that is required by the Planning Act to be used to implement official plan land uses, such as the Natural Heritage Conservation land use designation from our official plan. It is for this reason that staff are recommending that these properties be split zoned, to clearly communicate to current and future property owners that the development potential within natural heritage features is generally not allowed. Next slide, please. Staff was extremely diligent in reaching out to every single property owner who has NHC proposed with a customized letter sent to them by mail. This individual mailed notice is well beyond the engagement requirements of the Planning Act, and staff felt it was critical to directly engage because we also understand the implications of the NHC1 zone for property owners. We are very confident that the mailed letter was effective at reaching individual owners. Over 120 property owners reach out to us who have NHC on their property after receiving the letter, and most of these property owners shared no further concerns or understood staff's intent. There are a small number of property owners who have outstanding concerns. Staff has spent significant time working with these property owners in an attempt to resolve their concerns, including adding additional flexibility to the NHC1 zoning on their properties where appropriate and consistent with official plan policies. We look forward to continued dialogue on these properties this evening. Next slide, please. This concludes staff's presentation. In closing, Crosby Stage 2B is an opportunity for a modernized zoning bylaw to apply to the city's residential properties. It continues to build on the types of housing units available in zoning as of right. It ensures the continued conservation of Kitchener's natural heritage system in a consistent, transparent manner across the city. The zoning bylaw amendment for Stage 2B is consistent with the provincial policy statement, the region's official plan, Kitchener's official plan, and represents good planning. We look forward to hearing the discussion on the matter and responding to any questions of staff. Just before we conclude the presentation, I will pass it over to Natalie Goss. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So we know that tonight there are a number of delegations this evening that may express concerns about the application of the Natural Heritage Conservation Zone for their properties. After hearing from delegations, should council wish for staff to continue the dialogue that has been progressing over the last number of years with the delegates, a process for council's consideration could include council providing a list of specific properties to staff tonight, and as part of the March 21st council meeting, council could defer the zoning of these properties and direct planning staff at that time to continue dialogue and report back to council at a later date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. First, thank you both of you for your presentations. I'm going to suggest that we save questions for staff until after the delegation, unless there's something really pressing here at this time. I've written your names down, so we'll move right on to the delegations. And I should just also say that written submissions were received on this matter from Roger and Sandy McGlenn, Alex Vanders Luis, Ron Geisler, and Paul Britton. I think there might be more that we we received at the last minute. I don't know, does the clerk have any additions to that list?
Through you to chair, there was just one other written submission from the region of Waterloo.
Okay, great, thank you. So our first delegation tonight is Ron Geisler, and you have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and I understand you have a PowerPoint presentation.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, super. I see the first slide up there, great. Good evening, Chair Chapman and members of the committee. My name is Ron Geisler and I reside at 55 Lower Mercer Street in the city of Kitchener. My wife and I were born and raised in Kitchener. Our 3 children were all born in Kitchener. While my wife and I and children moved to Hamilton in 1984 for me to evolve my career in healthcare, we've always considered Kitchener our home. We have had seasons tickets to the Kitchener Rangers for over 27 years. My wife and I moved back to Kitchener in 2010 in preparation for retirement and found a perfect retirement home at Lower Mercer Street in 2018. I'm here this evening representing the residents of the Woolner Trail community, many of whom I've come to know over the past 4 years. Many of us are in opposition to the recommendations in the staff report regarding the city-owned property at 155 Woolner Trail. Specifically, I'm here in opposition to the staff recommendation proposing the rezoning the subject property from agriculture to residential 2. Many members of the Woolner Trail community ask that the city-owned land be retained as parkland and green space. Before I begin my PowerPoint presentation, can I ask, has everyone in the committee been able to read the written submission that we presented? Yes, super. Okay, can we go to slide 2, please? So what is the request? Well, the request is to continue the excellent work the city has already begun on 155 Woolner Trail and restoring the sub watershed and the creek bed. Idlewood Creek could be a speckled and brown trout hatchery stream for the Grand River. It could have the same potential or rival the potential of Whiteman's Creek in Brantford. That 2-mile creek has extensive walking trails and some of the best fly fishing in the area, drawing fishermen from the other side of Toronto. Extending this trail system from the existing city trails and the Walter Bean Trail to trails along the creek can only enhance the natural heritage, bird watching, and fishing enjoyment in this dedicated parkland and access to the Grand River that it connects to. Dedicate the entirety of the property of parkland to be developed and enjoyed as Kitchener's Park along the Grand River. The dedication of the entire property that is described as 155 Woolner Trail opens endless possibilities of education for grade school and high school students alike. The area is steeped in history, from the early Indigenous peoples who called their land home to the early settlers and farmers who helped to develop it into the area it is today. In the environmental study that was performed in the assessment of the property, the stage 1 archaeological assessment of this land estimated that 55% of it had archaeological potential. Think of the possibilities of enhancing the lessons of geography, history, social studies, and environmental studies for the children at all levels in our school, and on this land was dedicated as parkland and green space to be explored and managed by them, assisting them in their understanding of heritage and proper land management. Put action to the recognition of the Grand River's Indigenous peoples and our communal natural heritage. As stated, the Indigenous peoples of this area have a strong connection to the Grand River and the land it courses through. We recognize this connection before we start each Kitchener Ranger game, and we honor their heritage in clear statements regarding their connection to the land, such as public buildings are built on, like the Kitchener Public Library. This is our opportunity to make actionable progress in recognizing their heritage by erecting educational posters to educate our residents, children, and adults alike, and dedicating land use where Indigenous ceremonies could be performed and observed by all who call Kitchener home in a real and honest effort to promote cultural harmonization. This is not a new ask. Residents have signed petitions and have followed up on this request throughout the Crosby Initiative. In that written submission, we showed you the submission that we put in. Well, I wasn't here at the time, July 15th, or May of 2018. But very extensive, really good presentations presented by the peoples in this area. Could we go to the next slide, please? Why are we asking? Beside the reasons that we obviously offered, the City of Kitchener, for its maturity and size, has no land dedicated by the Grand River as parkland. Studies have been ordered and undertaken, proposals have been provided over the course of many previous years, but yet still no parkland by the river. This is truly a rare and excellent opportunity to hang on to the land that we already own and make it as good an interest desire to ensure that the park is a reality in the Kitchener, a riverside park. City planners have described.
Can you please summarize your presentation? We've
Sure.
got a lot of
Can I go to
delegations
the next
tonight.
slide, please?
Okay, thank you.
A lot of people are asking. Residents of Kitchener arrive by foot, bicycle, car, and walk their dogs, enjoy the view. And it's not just the City of Kitchener, it's the region of Waterloo residents. Can I go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this is an aerial view of the land. The yellow is all of the trails. The north of the property, can you see that blue line that runs between the yellow line at the top and the Walner Trail, the Walter Bean Trail along the river? This is the land that we propose to be used as dedicated parkland. Can I go to the next slide, please? This is the final slide. You can see here all of the potential that this land would provide as parkland. You can see that we've got the canopied area that almost looks like an amphitheater. People could sit there, they could rest, they could have an opportunity to observe Indigenous ceremonies here. There's a dedicated area for the gardens, another dedicated area for children's play area. You can see here the areas proposed for having the educational placards and also the Indigenous medicine gardens. This land is owned by the City of Kitchener. It should be retained as parkland, and there's a lot of support for this.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions. Are there any questions? No, for the delegation? Mayor Vivanovic.
Thanks, and thanks very much, Mr. Geisler, for coming in this evening and for your presentation. Just one question. I just want to get a sense. Are you aware of the history of the property that we're talking about that is on the other side of that walkway? In other words, that the city did not, in fact, own it, that it was a private piece of property with residential and some storage uses and others, and that we acquired it in order to do the environmental work that needed to happen on Idlewood Creek.
Yes, I'm very aware of that.
Okay.
I know that the city paid $1 million for the property. And when you look through the environmental study, it's very clear the proposals that the city had to purchase it in order to undertake the creek renovations, totally clear. But also that a lot of the land should be left natural, and proposals in that first environmental study were pointing towards the fact that this is a key site in the city's park and land systems. It just seems rather short-sighted that we own the land and that we wouldn't dedicate it to parkland when the city is already looking for land. I mean, our own director of parks, Mr. Niall Lodley, was in the paper recently asking for new parkland, saying that we don't have enough in Kitchener. Here we own the parkland, and I know it was private. It's already owned by the city. It's not private anymore. It's city owned.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for answering the question, and thank you for
thanks for asking.
coming in.
We have another question from Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Chapman, and through you, Mr. Geisler, thank you for coming in this evening, and thank you for your presentation. I was wondering if you had reached out to local Indigenous groups with regards to the plans that you have put out here.
There are a couple of individuals in the area who propose these ideas, and I don't believe it's a far stretch to say that it's something that would be supported by the Indigenous community at large.
I just wondered if you had consulted with them on your actual plans.
I will leave that question to be answered further by Larry Kotzeff. He would know the answers to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Yes, thank you for your question. Next, we have a question from Councillor Dave. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Thanks for your presentation. I'm just curious if you've been made aware too that only a very small portion of the land that we acquired is actually developable.
Yes, I think it was proposed at a meeting just recently with Councillor Singh and Chapman that only 10% of the land is proposed to be sold for 3 single-family home properties. It's the actual gem. It's the actual prime spot of the whole property that would be ideal for the uses as parkland, developed parkland.
Okay. So the next question I have is you quite correctly point out that we do need additional parkland in the city, as was pointed out by Mr. Lobley in your reference. But I guess my question to you is someone that's trying to seek some equity across the city, and I'll follow up with staff after this, but my understanding is this area of the city has among the largest amount of open space per resident in the entire city, if not the most. So I guess I'm struggling with why wouldn't we retain the 90% of that property, use the developable portion, and then reinvest that back into some of the areas in the city, especially along the downtown, for example, that have very little park space at all. How do I justify it to those people, I guess is my question.
Well, that's a fair question. I mean, in the center of city, there is no land to be dedicated, and those funds that are reaped by the city with that development are to be used for the dedication of green space and parkland where it can be undertaken. And I believe, again, I think Larry will speak to that a little bit later on, but my understanding is there are already residents from all over the city and the region of Waterloo who come to this particular spot to enjoy its heritage and natural views. And again, just to promote the idea, there is no Riverside Park in Kitchener. We are a mature, well-sized city, and we have no parkland. If you look at Cambridge, they've got a Riverside Park. Guelph has a Riverside Park. We do not. And this is an opportunity. We hold this land. We own it. It's a great opportunity for us to develop it as parkland.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like that's it. Mr. Geiser, thank you much for coming in and for your presentation.
Thank you very, very much for the time. Much appreciated.
Okay, next we have our next delegation is Julian Burkholder. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. I think you're on mute. We still can't hear you.
Sorry.
There we go.
Can we hear us now?
Yeah.
Okay. So Guy and Julie Burkholder here. Actually, we're coming to you from Florida, and we live at 41 Yellow Birch Drive, and want to let the councillors know. And first of all, sorry, welcome to the councillors and Mayor Urbanovich for having this opportunity for us to state our mind, and for you councillors to taking the time to listen to us. This is a very important item for Julie and I. We've been at 41 Yellow Birch Drive since it was a gravel road cut in. We bought the lot and built our own home here. So we've been here for 36 years, raised our children, all 3 of them, at 41 Yellow Birch Drive. And I've been a member of Kitchener for 65 years. We've lived in Kitchener my whole life. And so we bought the lot because of the trees, because of the bush, and because of the privacy it allowed us. And further to that, Stonehenge, which is behind Yellow Birch Drive, was never to be built there. That was green space. We paid extra for that lot. There was a pond up there that they had drained through our property, which undermined a lot of trees. And if you would look at your surveys from the city way back when in the planning department, you will see a drainage ditch that was supposed to have been built at the top of that hill to drain all of the water down to the hydro cut at the middle of Yellow Birch Drive. There's a big catch basin there. It was never put in place. So in the last 36 years, I have planted trees. I have planted ground cover. I have put in soil around the base of trees to save them. Having said that, we've lost 4 trees in that backyard. And on the construction of our home, the canopy that was there originally obviously would have been changed with the picture that Richard would have had in his topography, because when I built the home, I did have to clear some trees out, but that was because of the setback of the home. So that canopy has definitely changed. And the line that's running through there now actually goes through my deck, believe it or not. And so, and the changes that he wants to propose would not allow somebody to put a deck or a shed up in the bush. And if you look at the topography of Yellow Birch Drive, it is too steep to put a house in there or a tiny home or to develop it anything other than the forest in which it is. So I'm opposed to this proposal of changing the zoning based on the fact that the entire lot is my own property. We paid for it. I pay taxes on it. We've beautified it. We've maintained it. And now you want to set restrictions on what I can't do in my backyard. And honestly, I will not be building a shed or a deck there. I like the nature of the trees. But having said that, on previous home that we owned, when you put a stipulation or red flag on, and people have to jump through hoops to get permits and permission to put a deck on there, knowing that it may not be able to be completed, because who knows what upsets the roots of a tree system? Who determines that? And so if you look at my backyard, you would not be able to put a shed in or a deck in without cutting down some saplings or a major tree. So I don't know where Richard was going, say he appeased some of the groups there that had concerns regarding taking care of some of these alleviated problems, because it's just simply not so on Yellow Birch Drive. You can't do it. And on his response that he had talked to 50 other people, I'm not going to disagree with him. I don't know his numbers, but we had 40 houses represented in our backyard in July regarding this first letter of the zoning change. I don't know where all these people are, but I did comment to Richard that this process is difficult for people to get on a computer and to email and to make sure all the counselors are notified. People would have preferred a town hall meeting. They would rather walk to Parkland School, sit in the gymnasium where everybody could have been represented, because I've done this before, and Councillor Ioannidis knows when we had traffic calming measures and I went door to door and end up getting rid of them, people had that envelope and some of the notifications, they throw them in the garbage. As councillors, as you're all aware, 15 to 20% of the people vote you in. Like, you can't even get over 30% of the people partaking in an election, let alone something as important in this sort of thing. So the numbers are skewed a little bit because of the response. People just don't respond. And it's not that it's not important to them. They just don't have the time, and I'm not sure where to go. But my wife would like to say a couple of things as well.
Okay.
So with this also, our rights, like, we feel that our rights would be taken away. And if and when we wanted to sell our house, because we had this happen at our last house when we lived on Thorncliffe, it affects your property, and it affects who will come and want to buy your property. And I think if we asked Richard to come out and see our house and meet with us, because right now his line is going through our back deck and our back window because it was done so long ago. But if the other neighbors, we wanted him to come out and see that we are people that are not going to be cutting down trees. We bought that property to save our trees. And so we really are opposed of this heritage, putting this on our property.
And just
Okay, I'm going to ask you to summarize, because we have a whole list of things.
Just going on, piggybacking on Ron Gosselin's remarks regarding the parkland, don't you find it ironic that you've got parkland there and you want to develop it, yet you want to control what I have in my backyard already, which is beautiful trees, which I want to do that. But I also want people to come in and be able to put in a shed or put in a deck or something that is theirs. And the city already has all kinds of bylaws and regulations regarding cutting down trees and getting permits by anything over it's 10 by 10, anything over 100 square feet. You need permission from the city to do that.
Anyway,
So,
so
and we're down in Florida here, and I'm telling you, with the trails down here and along the watersheds, like Ron's got a point too regarding developing our trail systems and keeping our forests and stuff like that.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you to stop.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay. No, I see that you do have a question from Councillor Davey.
Sure.
You can stop.
Hi. Hey there,
Go
thank you. Not a question, actually. I just want to let you know that you're definitely heard, and your ward councilor's been in contact with us as well on your behalf. I just wanted to just raise one quick point, if I could, with respect, because you referenced the last item in delegation. I just want to be clear that the city is not looking at developing parkland. The previous item is not parkland. It was never parkland, and I can say that in my term on council, the city has never developed any parkland. I don't think that would be a popular thing. Just want to clarify that. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
thank you.
Okay, you have another question from Councillor Ioannidis. Go ahead.
Sure.
Sure.
Thanks, Chair Chapman. And I just want to thank Julie and Guy for coming in. I know you guys are away and wanting to deal with something like this while you're away. And again, I know Councillor David mentioned we were listening and we heard what your comments are. And I appreciate you coming in.
Well, Councillor Ioannidis, I appreciate you relaying our texts and emails to the rest of council members on our behalf. And thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I see we have another question from, were you finished, Councillor Ioannidis? Sorry. Yeah, okay, we have another question from Mayor Vrbanovic.
Thanks, thanks, Guy and Julie, for taking the time to come in tonight. And yeah, as has been pointed out, Councillor Ioannidis has been sharing everyone's thoughts, and people have been directly as well. Just one thing I do want to understand: when you bought your property, in terms of like the woodlot and the treat area in the back, were there any conditions that you're aware of in your agreements, in your development agreements, that perhaps the builder signed and would have transferred on to you around that area and the trees and those kinds of things?
No, there wasn't. And that actually, your mayor, our next door neighbors mentioned something that they received because they just bought. Our next door neighbors have just recently moved in last year, and they mentioned some clause that was in their agreement. And when we said that we'd been there for 36 years, that was not in ours. We had no notification or anything in our paperwork suggesting that the trees or anything else were not to be touched, or wherever our lot was the way it was.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions we have for you this evening, and thank you for coming in.
Okay.
Next, our next delegation is Mr. Larry Kotzeff. You're welcome to begin whenever you're ready.
I just unmuted myself. Thank you.
We can hear you.
Chair Chapman, members of committee, my name is Larry Kotzeff and I reside at 125 Woolner Trail here in the city. I've been a resident of Kitchener for almost 25 years and enjoy what it has to offer. I appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening. First, I'd like to commend the city on behalf of many individuals and residents in our community for the restoration work the city has completed along the Grand River at 155 Woolner Trail and beyond. The results of all the hard work are certainly being enjoyed by residents of the city and beyond. Many have attracted and come to this general area as we've seen an increase in recreational activity since the restoration has been completed. Quite frankly, the activity is remarkable and enlightening at the same time. The rehabilitation of the area has been impressive and everyone is proud of it. One less impressive note, however, I'm here this evening to voice my opposition to the staff report as it pertains to the recommendation regarding the proposed rezoning of a key portion of the lands at 155 Woolner Trail from agricultural to residential Res 2. For the committee's information, Madam Chair, the staff recommendation is reflected on page 298 of attachment 1. It pertains to schedule 272 for this area of the city. and page 512 of Appendix C, dealing with public engagement. I just want to mention 2 points regarding Appendix C. It shows 31 residents from approximately 8,200 residential properties in Ward 2 who participated in the process, as the staff has articulated. But it doesn't include the people on the petition that Mr. Giesler provided, members of our community who signed the petition in opposition to the lands being rezoned to residential. So I just wanted to point that out. Secondly, on the same page, 512, the proposed rezoning of the property implements the low-rise designation on the property as articulated by staff. And I think it's incomplete, just for council's information. And I point you to ultimately section 15 in the official plan of the city, 15D3, which outlines the provisions applicable to residential areas, which permit a number of community infrastructure uses such as park, schools, and other uses required to service the residents within the area. I just wanted to highlight those points. Also, the provisions in section 8, parks and open space of the official plan, highlight the importance from the Grand River and its surrounding adjacent lands in the future planning of the city. And I refer you to sections 815 and 8C12 as the applicable sections here of the importance of the Grand and the surrounding areas. The Grand River Corridor Conservation Plan and Leisure Facilities Master Plan prepared by the city and identified in the official plan reinforce the intention of the city to maximize public access and parkland along the Grand River. The subject property at 155 Woolner Trail, in my view, is a point in this case. I also wanted to highlight to the city, as most municipalities, the city utilizes the provisions of provincial legislation to acquire land for park purposes through parkland dedication or cash in lieu of parkland payments, depending on the type of development, through the Planning Act, and to develop parks to meet the needs of the city residents through development charges through the Development Charges Act. These tools are well used and available for good reason to assist municipalities in meeting these needs, financial and otherwise, and the city's taking advantage of those. In addition, developments in the downtown area where there is no practical land for parkland purposes, as I mentioned previously, pay a cash in lieu of parkland fee. Madam Chair, the tools are in place and the city is using them, I think, to fulfill park needs. I'd also like to focus on that portion of 155 Woolner Trail that is proposed to be rezoned. The many good reasons as to why the specific area is so important to the natural landscapes along the Grand River have been already highlighted by Mr. Giesler. Suffice it to say that once such lands already in public ownership are lost to urban development, for example, they're lost forever. This, in the public interest, would be unfortunate, in my opinion. During the restoration of the Idlewild Creek, you may know that excess fill was deposited on that portion of the city-owned property at 155 Woolner Trail under discussion, thereby increasing the elevation of the land at that point from a gentle slope to the river to something higher than that today. In normal circumstances, excess soils are generally removed from the site from which they are excavated, in particular, an area so close to the Grand River. Chair Chapman, as a result, I would question the suitability of the subsoils to properly support any proposal for the foundations of homes due to the movement of fill to this area of the property. And I'm assuming this would result in a substantive cost. In addition, I'm hopeful that the cost to service the subject portion of the lands and properties at Woolner Trail, if it's so determined that, have been provided to the committee. As I understand, there are significant costs attributable to connecting the sanitary water service to the existing pumping station.
I'm going to ask you to summarize, please.
I'm almost done. So consideration also needs to be given to some of the surface runoff that we've seen in these more recent years to be a little bit more torrential, with a lot of flooding on the river, a lot of flooding, at least on the street and the Grand River Trail. I cannot emphasize how passionate residents are about the importance of this area for parkland purposes, Madam Chair. I'm hopeful that the committee will seriously consider the comments presented in their deliberations regarding the proposed zoning at 155 Woolner Trail. And I describe the property really as a diamond in the rough that is pivotal to maintaining open space and park systems. We'd request that the
Kotzeff, thank you very much for your presentation. We've got to keep moving on. I don't see any, oh yes, I do see a question by Councillor Davey. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question, Mr. Kotzeff. I was just trying to understand the soil comment. You did provide your own address and you're immediately adjacent, and I'm just curious, so like your understanding is that the soil on your property was applicable for development, but the property immediately beside yours might be problematic, and what engineering background, I'm curious, do you have to make that assertion?
I don't have any background evidence at the moment, but I just know what the property looked like before the rehabilitation and what it looks like now.
Okay, thank you.
And all that I'm saying is that whatever soil was on the property has been moved around. Usually when houses are constructed and foundations are poured, they have a suitable base upon which to do that.
But you're also aware, obviously, with your history, that any development that would occur in that property would have to go through all the proper channels and have all the technical engineering analysis before anything was constructed.
Oh yeah, Councillor Davey, I'm just suggesting that it's an expensive proposition.
Okay, and then again, if should that ever be an issue for a future owner, that would be for them to determine. But anyway, thank you.
I just have one last question, and that has to do with the current, how is that plot of land that's being proposed for rezoning? What's it, or how is it used currently by the community?
How is it presently used by the community, Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
They're walking over it. They're using it. You could see there's a pathway worn from the Grand River Trail, which is the one on the north side, to the one that has been implemented along the river. So in the end, they're using the area extensively down by the river. Of course, I guess everybody's just waiting to see what's going to happen to this piece. All that I'm saying is it is traversed by people that walk the trails.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions. Oh, yes, we do. Mayor Urbanovic, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just very briefly, thanks, Mr. Kotzeff, for coming in. Just very briefly, previously, as noted, there was a residential property with a storage facility on the property. I'm wondering if you could, just describe what that storage facility was like previously.
Well, any build, as far as I've been living here, which has been about 10 years, any buildings really attributed to the previous owner, I believe, were down close to the river, as opposed to upwards of the property, if you know what I mean, Mayor Urbanovic?
I'm aware where the buildings were. I'm talking more about the storage facility portion of it. As you viewed it from your home and so on, was it visible?
Well, it was down. It was, all the buildings were down. You could see it, certainly, but they weren't on this portion of the land.
Right, but there were vehicles and other equipment and so on that was stored outside, correct?
Oh, yes, they were. They were down, but they were in the floodplain.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I see Councillor Ioannidis. You've raised your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Thanks, Mr. Kotzeff, for coming in. Given your background in being a former CEO of Fusion Homes, wouldn't it have been prudent on your part to have known when you purchased your property what could have been determined across the street from you or beside you in the development purpose?
Beside me was Mr. Ochonsky. So I don't know what he had in mind necessarily. He might have tried to, pursue some opportunities. I don't know. Across the street, Conservation Authority lands largely being used right across the street for a parking lot and part of a trail. And my understanding through discussions previously through Robert Woolner and Conservation Authority Board people that that land was going to be retained south of the Woolner farmstead for open space parkland uses. So that was my understanding at that time, and it still is my understanding. And I'm talking about the area on the east side of Woolner Trail, south of the Woolner farmstead.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, as the previous delegation with regards to this issue, would you be amenable to the property being, if it's not being for an Indigenous use, but for an affordable housing project?
Depends what it is. It depends what it looks like and whether it can be accommodated in the area. I'm just having a little bit of a problem with my dog here. Councillor Ioannidis, any proposal is worth. I think in any case, the desire is to keep it as parkland.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't see any further questions, so thank you very much for coming in this evening. Next, we have Tom McLaughlin from Thomsfield Homes.
Good afternoon, Chair Chapman and council members. My name is Tom McLaughlin. I'm Vice President at Thomsfield Homes Limited. We are the owners of 658 Sterling Avenue in the city of Kitchener. We got the notice and we've kind of had discussions with staff to give a bit of history. We've owned this property for almost 4 decades, since 1987, and the subject property and the surrounding city-owned lands are actually environmentally contaminated from its prior use as a landfill in the 1940s, 1950s, which obviously occurred decades before Thomsfield purchased the property. In 2005, Thomsfield Homes and the City of Kitchener actually jointly conducted a phase 2 environmental assessment on both properties, which concluded, since the contamination was confirmed to be above regulatory guidelines, redevelopment of the site would require remediation of the contaminated areas. So at that point, the costs were assessed, and at that point, Thomsfield Homes felt that the redevelopment possibilities at that time in 2005 wasn't possible, so we kind of sidelined it. Over time, the area is kind of vegetated, but no matter what happens, if that area is to be remediated, the vegetative cover on the site would be need to be removed, thus kind of reducing that necessity for the environmental protection on it. So we've had some discussions with the City of Kitchener, and the city is supportive of removing 658 Sterling Ave from the Crosby Stage 2 and keeping the remaining zoning, which is R2B as of today, because there are, through the planning process, the site plan process, there are a number of controls in place to protect the land. So with staff's approval, we'd like to keep the current zoning at R2B and with the possibility of redevelopment in the near term or the future with consultation with the city. Thank you very much.
I don't see any questions, but I do want to know, this is a property right adjacent to the waterworks facility on Sterling and Greenbrook, Homer Watson area. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. That you'd have to refer that to city staff. So
okay, that's fine. Thank you for your presentation, and you might have questions for staff about that.
Of course, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for coming in this evening. Next, we have Dale Woolner.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chair Chapman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening on a very important matter so dear to my heart. My name is Dale Woolner and I reside at 80 Woolner Trail here in the city of Kitchener. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed zoning of the property at 155 Woolner Trail. I don't know if I have to say all those little things about the staff report and the page 298 and page 512, but anyway, okay, sorry. I'm the owner of the Woolner Farmstead, which was designated as a heritage property by the city of Kitchener in 1998. At my husband's request, the city also granted a heritage easement over the property. This property, which had its beginnings with the arrival of the Mennonites from Pennsylvania in the late 1700s, has been in the Woolner family for 3 generations, a span of 114 years. It is a significant piece of heritage. It consists of the original heritage fieldstone house, circa 1832, and the later addition, circa 1850, the large bank barn, circa 1870, a large pig barn built in 1960, and last but not least, the long heritage farm lane. In addition to these features, it is unique in that the land on which the farmstead still stands is virtually unchanged. The field in front of the house and barn facing the river is the same field where the cows grazed and where the family planted and harvested their yearly crops. And that field is still nestled between the heritage house and the heritage Grand River. We have old photos depicting the family having picnics literally under the old apple tree on Sunday afternoons with friends or extended family. Quite often the younger group would walk through the field to the river to ride in the old rowboat or to go for a swim to cool off. When I look at the photos, I can see how much fun they are having. My husband and I were very passionate about preserving this property. We spent much time and energy opposing the suggested development of the Grand River Conservation Authority owned lands between the house and the river, as well as opposing the Fairway Road Extension Bridge from cutting through the middle of our property. We were grateful for community support on our behalf. Several years ago, the City of Kitchener, after purchasing 155 Woolner Trail, meticulously planned and restored a large area of the property. For the walkers, hikers, and bikers, it opened up great views of the river and allowed us to better see the natural habitat of several water species, birds, and some mammals. Even the wildflowers in the field still grow in abundance, displaying brightly colored flowers at various seasons. This area of the trail is a significant and cherished attraction for families and visitors, not only from the Woolner Trail community, but also from other parts of the city. In addition of more houses in this equation, or the addition of more houses in this equation will spoil the natural feel and character to this pristine area and detract from all the amazing work the City of Kitchener has done to date. In these changing and uncertain times, we need to embrace nature like never before. The Woolner Trail community is passionate about keeping 155 Woolner Trail in public ownership as green space and parkland. I am hopeful that the committee will be sympathetic and supportive of our request. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make my presentation to you this evening.
Very good, thank you. We do have a question from Councillor Davey.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Wooler. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to be crystal clear because there has been a lot of miscommunication. I just wanted to make sure that you were made aware that even if, I guess I would say that even the worst fears of the local residents occurred, of the 5 acres that the city acquired, and to be honest, the only reason the city ever acquired those in the first place was to remediate that stormwater facility that's there. But of those 5 acres, all of the trail parts, well, basically 90% of that would be retained as open space, and all of the trail and all of the access to the river, etc., would be maintained, even though it was never really in the original plan. So I just want to understand if it's really only the front portion where there's a small area that's developable. You're really concerned that small portion would have a dramatic impact on the accessibility?
I do, because when you're down there, you're so I don't know, just in these times where people are having lots of difficulties and challenges, I just think being in that space and walking and suddenly see more houses when you're living up the street with thousands of little houses. I don't know. I just think mentally it just doesn't fit in that environment. I don't know if that Kitchener had done such a great job of that little parkette, and you're standing there and you're looking down the river and you see all these great things. And then if you walk along a little further and you go around and you see those houses that are built, I mean, they're not built yet, but I don't know, it just is off-putting. I'm sorry.
No, I don't apologize. I'm just quite happy that you took the time to come in and make a presentation. I think a lot of people are feeling that. I'm going to call it the COVID effect for now, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. And it looks like we don't have any more questions. So thank you very much for coming in and speaking to me. Did you have a question, Councillor Schneider? Oh,
No, I was just waving good night to Dale.
okay. Thank you. So our next speaker is Alex Vanders Luis from Schlegel Urban Developments. And I understand you have a PowerPoint presentation.
Good evening. Yes, thank you. Very short presentation.
5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, committee members. My name is Alex Vandersluis. I'm a project manager for Schlegel Urban Developments. Our office is located at 325 Max Becker Drive, Suite 201 in Kitchener. As I mentioned, I have a very brief presentation, only 2 slides. The first point I'd like to make is to thank and congratulate staff on this significant body of work. As Richard mentioned, it's over 50,000 properties and plenty of folks with questions and, needing dialogue with staff. And Richard and Tim, did a really good job of communicating and collaborating with us on some very detailed site-specific zoning. And all of that has been implemented by staff, and so we thank them for that. We were able to reach a consensus on carrying forward some development permissions on future development lands in the Williamsburg Town Center as an interim solution until we bring forward an application for increased density, which we anticipate doing later this year. Next slide, please. We submitted a letter to committee which outlines a request, which is, I believe, has been requested by our neighbors to the east and to the north, Activa as well, for a continued deferral of new zoning on lands that we own within the Southwest Kitchener policy area, which is a special policy area under the regional official plan. The regional official plan municipal comprehensive review will soon be resolved, and the future of these lands within the Southwest Kitchener policy area will be known by the end of this summer. As we had requested in 2019 during stage 1 of Crosby, we are again requesting that the city hold off on implementing any new zoning on these lands until the ROP MCR process has concluded. That's everything that I have this evening. Hopefully you had a chance to review our letter that we submitted. Again, I want to commend planning staff for all of their work on this project, and I'm available here to answer any questions that committee may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't immediately see, yes, Councillor Ionitis, go ahead. Do you have a question?
Sorry, just wanted to, Alex, thanks for coming in. Just wanted to follow up with you. So you're saying the deferral you want to take place till the end of, again, what is it, the summertime? Is that what you're?
Yeah, so the region is required through provincial policy to have their official plan updated, as I'm sure you're all well aware, by July of this year. So really at that point, everything will be known, and so any point after that, the city will have clarity on what the future of these lands is, I think.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I recall last time I put forward the recommendation to defer this for that process. So just for the record, Chair Chapman, I do have an amendment for such a thing that I handed in to staff, but I'll wait till when that time comes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any. So thank you again for coming in and for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Jeanette Grafking.
Hi, I thank you for allowing me to speak. I have lived and been raised in the city my entire life, so 61 years, and I sell real estate in Southwestern Ontario. I was licensed in 1987, and I have to commend the city of Kitchener as my favorite place to sell real estate. You've always been ahead of everybody. Your overnight parking, your tiny homes, your duplexing, you're always ahead of everybody else. So I really have nothing but positive things to say about the city of Kitchener. However, What you're doing right now to 900 units in Kitchener, I totally disagree with. So as a real estate agent, and I've been selling for probably 35 years, we sell these woodlot properties with a premium. Every one of the people that buy them, they pay a lot of money for these properties. They pay extra. They don't buy these properties with trees on and backing on trees to cut the trees down. That's not their intention. Their intention is to buy the trees. We have actually a button in the real estate board that has wooded tree lots, and we push it and we use it. So having people come in and putting a designation on these properties that we paid a premium for, and I do own one of these properties, we paid a premium for these properties, and we're not intending on cutting these trees down. We have no intention of doing it. And we bought for that. But now you're going to put a stigma on our property. You're going to make it heritage. The word heritage as a real estate agent sends up right up our back. It just automatically puts a stigma on the property. But you're on top of it. You're going to allow us to not have swimming pools. You're going to not allow granny suites on a property that we bought, that we should be able to do what we want. You're talking about affordable housing. And one of the things with these properties, I know the ones along Tressler, our properties go back 320 some feet. And I know the committee has put a line through my deck, my shed, my whole grass area is all included in the area. And I really don't think that's fair at all. So us as owners, probably not right at the moment, but going in the future, these backyards are going to want to have granny suites. We are going to take care of our children, our grandparents, anyone in our family. We all be allowed. You talk about affordable housing and wanting to sell Woolner to build affordable housing when every one of us along here, and probably the 900 people you're trying to designate this with, would all love to be able to build a granny suite and to be able to take care of somebody in our family. The future right now is for us to take care of the seniors. And what better place to do to put them in our backyard in a tiny home as opposed to putting them in a nursing home. But it's not just our seniors that we need to put in these tiny homes. We also need to put in the kids that can't afford it, because the average house right now is $1 million. A tiny home can be anywhere between $250,000 and $500,000. So we can actually find accommodations for our kids. You have the process of this whole thing has not gone well with me. You had Zoom meetings. We didn't understand it. I tried to get our group together. They individually put us in different groups, which wasn't fair. We tried to get together. They muted my button on the last meeting that we had on February 22nd. They muted so that I couldn't join Yellow Birch and Stonehenge, which is all our neighbors. We had a meeting. There's 44 of them that are having one delegate represent them. So when you say there's only a few people opposed to this, I disagree with that. I think of the 900, if they really, some of them knew what was going on, they would all be opposed to it. The no swimming pools doesn't make sense. People buy cottages, they go away. With a swimming pool, you can have an oasis in your backyard. That second unit that people would buy to live in can now go to another family. They can live in their own backyard. They're not using gas, which we're trying to do. What I'm going to tell you is this is definitely going to devalue the property values of those 900 people. And I am totally opposed to this. My neighbors are all opposed to it. We had a meeting and there's a lot of people in there that didn't understand what's going on. If they were now made aware of it, they would be opposed to it as well. I don't know if they still have time to make it heard. But I just think you guys get a lot of park dedication fees from all the developments going on. I'm not sure what happens with all these high rises, but all the park dedication fee money you've got, you can use for the property on Woolner and other green belts and plant trees. I was told over the last 5 years, the city only planted $300,000 worth of trees times each year. These properties are going to devalue by between 300 to 500. Some of them are going to devalue by $1 million. And that's all going to be on the city of Kitchener, because you can't take someone's property, devalue, and expect not to be compensated for it. So I'm just speaking up for all the people I know. There's 900 people that are being affected. This is private property. Go ahead and regulate your own, but I think our private property needs to stay private. So if you have any questions for me, my biggest concern is the devaluation, the heritage, the stigma, the no pool, the no granny suite. Of all things, the granny suite, we need them. And I commend Kitchener because you're one of the first ones that brought that in. And I sell real estate and I talk to townships, and Wilmot's actually catching up to you, believe it or not. We used to call it Will Not. They're catching up to Kitchener. But all the other ones around, they're not at your level. Like, you are leap years above everybody else. And I commend Kitchener for that. But what you're doing right now to us 900 property owners, I totally disagree with, and I totally oppose it. And I'm going to appeal it. And we're going to try to keep together as a group because it's not right.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to stop because we do have some questions for you.
Yeah.
We'll start with Councillor Ioannidis. Head.
I don't really have a question. I've had very extensive conversations with Gerald, and I can just want to say I really appreciate your candor and your no nonsense approach, and you've definitely been heard.
And I'm not trying to put City of Kitchener down at all. I love you guys. And as a real estate agent, you're probably the best place to sell a real estate. But what you're doing right now is you're devaluing 900 properties, and that's not right.
Okay, next I have questions from Councillor Snyder. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Jeanette, thank you for appearing tonight. Now, as a real estate agent, you would definitely know of restrictions that are placed on properties. There are some that already have restrictions on from the GRCA and the Ministry of the Environment. So do you feel that by us doing this, it's adding additional restrictions that do prohibit and restrict what you can do on your property?
Yes, like a lot of these people are buying. I just was up today in Godrich showing a property. They're buying another property to have a cottage. If we could have pools and use our own backyard as a cottage and oasis with this pandemic, with gas prices, we aren't even going to be allowed to put a pool in our own backyard. We aren't even going to be allowed to make our backyard our cottage. So now a lot of these people, some of them have money, they're now going to go buy a second property. Well, by buying a second property, you're taking housing away from other people. And I just think with gas prices and everything that's going on, we should be allowed to make our backyard an oasis. I'm all for you protecting the woodlot behind us and all the other woodlots in Kitchener, but I may be misunderstanding, but all these high rises that are going up, are you not getting park dedication fees for every one of those units that could be turned back into money and buying land and doing stuff in the City of Kitchener for trees and parks? I'm going to be honest. I would never want to be a councillor. I would not want your job. And I'm not trying to take your job. All I'm saying is please leave our properties alone. This designation, I've sat here tonight and listened to 2 or 3 people come on, builders, Thomasfield and Schwegel, they're all being deferred and they're being treated different than us residents. And we had a meeting and there was 44 unit people on Yellow Birch being represented by one person. And that one person said 44 people were opposed to it, but they don't have computers. They don't know how to do this. They don't understand the meeting. I read the letter and I didn't even understand it when I got it until I talked to my neighbor who explained to me what was going on. I've only been in this neighborhood 5 years. So I didn't know that this was in the process for many, many years. And it's been in the process for many, many years. And you quick do the meeting and you quick do it individually. We were all divided. And I tried to put us together. And when I wanted our whole area, whole 4 sites to go together, Richard muted my button and divided us.
Okay, let's go on to the next question because we've heard that already.
Okay.
I'm just cognizant
yeah,
of
no, I appreciate that.
Okay, so are you finished, Councillor Snyder? Yeah, okay. Next we have Mayor Verbanovic. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Chapman, and thank you very much, Ms. Graf King, for coming in this evening. I just want to clarify, because you kept referencing the 900 number, and my understanding, you're most interested in the properties that are being contemplated to be zoned NHC-1 properties, which are the residential with woodlot or steep slopes, wetland or floodplain. Is that correct?
Anything that you are going to take as a real estate agent, anything that's going to be designated like any tree is heritage, but to make our backyards heritage, no pool, no granny suite, that's going to definitely affect them. And I'm an agent, so it's not just as a property owner, it's also as an agent for my clients throughout the city, because right now, Kitchener is the best place to buy, but you are going to turn around and take it away from a lot of owners here.
No, I listen, I hear what you're saying,
yeah,
and what the other delegations have been saying. I just want to be clear because you had referenced 900. And I
That
think
was at the beginning of your slideshow. You
So-
talked
so
at 900 of us.
Hold on. Let me
Yeah.
finish my question,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah.
The NHC1 properties, as I understand it from staff's presentation, is 400 properties in total. And so I just want to be clear that in fact, those are the ones that you're talking about. It's those 400 that potentially will impact your backyards. The other 500 that are higher interest properties have other issues with them, not related to what you're talking about.
Okay, so it's only 400?
That's what staff indicated earlier, yes.
Okay, so
It's
why does the city?
it's not less important. I'm just emphasizing that I want to be sure, I want to be clear on the issue that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
400. It does affect a lot of people. And as soon as we hear the word heritage or restrictions, it's like owning a condo. I have a lot of clients that will not buy a condo because as soon as they hear that someone's going to control their backyard or their flower beds, they're out. And that's what you're doing to the 400 of us then. If it's not 900, there's still 400 of us. And if it's only 400, why does the city feel that out of the whole entire city, you need to control 400 people's backyards? And do you not want granny suites, low-income housing? Do you not want us to take care of our children and our grandparents and our family members? Like, these properties can all have granny suites in the backyard. And Rick has got my whole backyard designated for this, where my garden shed, where my deck, where my grass is. You don't even have any trees where he's restricting my yard, which I don't understand.
No, I hear your concerns very strongly. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Next, Councillor Michaud, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Thanks, Jeanette, for coming out and being so passionate about this. You are, as a real estate agent, I'm sure you're very connected in the community. And I'm just curious, have you come across any residents who wouldn't be opposed to this, who, understand the significance of protecting trees and
You make it sound like we're cutting our trees down, and that's not what we're doing.
No, I know that. No, I'm just asking.
Okay.
That's not my intention.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if there's
Okay.
anyone that have you come across anyone who is not opposed to this? Just kind of, this is.
I haven't, and we had a meeting. I actually had a meeting because when at the last meeting, the February 22nd, this whole Forest Heights area wanted to get together, and Rick stopped us and he muted me and divided us. So we decided to get together ourselves, and we're all opposed to it. I don't know, and there was nobody that was for it.
Okay.
And we're not cutting our trees down, just so you know.
I understand that. No, I understand that. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, we have more questions from Councillor Ioannidis. Go ahead.
Chair Chapman, no questions to the delegation. Just to let the delegations know, because I know what Jeanette had mentioned, I do have an amendment up for this issue as well.
Okay, because I realized you guys have a hard job and put a lot of hours in. It's just that if you own these properties, if you were the owner of them, would you want this done to your backyard? That's probably the question. If you're one of the 400 people, then you're probably supporting what I'm saying. And if you're not one of the 400 people, you don't understand what we're going through. And I definitely want to put a granny suite because I would like to take care of my family members. I have a son who can't afford to buy a house. The average house is $1 million. And you're trying to do affordable housing on Woolner when all of us here can build our own little granny suites in our backyards. We'll take care of it. We'll maintain it. And you won't have a section of all affordable housing next to the water. Like I heard today that you were selling land by the Grand River. And I thought, wow, I'm really surprised that Kitchener would do that. I go to Hamilton to roller skate. They have an outdoor roller rink on the water. They support their residents. We don't have anything like that here in Kitchener. I just think anything that involves people getting out of their house in their mental state right now with this pandemic is positive. But to turn around I just don't think it's fair. And I'm sorry that I'm this passionate and I don't mean to come across bad. I can't believe that the city of Kitchener would do this to private backyards. That's the first thing you've done that I've not liked. And I like the city of Kitchener. I like your granny suite. I like your duplexing. You guys are probably the top of all the cities I sell all the way to Godrich, Ben Miller, Simcoe. I sell all over. And when I say Kitchener, I say hats off. You guys are amazing. But now you're doing something that I don't agree with.
Okay, well, thank you for your presentation and for coming in tonight. Next, we have Violet Balser. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. Good evening, Chair Chapman. Oh, sorry, I got to take my mask off. I was exposed to COVID yesterday, so I'm taking precautions in the house. All right. Yeah, good evening, Chair Chapman, Mayor and councillors. I live at 86 Tressler Road and my property backs onto Waldo Woods. While I'm in agreement with many parts of your Crosby project, I am in opposition to the proposed NHC-1 rezoning, which encompasses almost 50% of my property. I'm just going to repeat much of what Jeanette just said, but on February 22nd, I attended an open house via Zoom and was watching an overview by the planning department. And I learned that 90% of properties under the Crosby project will be allowed to duplex and tiny home on their properties. I believe this is a truly important step for our city to be making. However, properties like mine, with the proposed natural heritage designation, do not allow for tiny homes, granny flats, outdoor sheds, or new outdoor sheds or structures or swimming pool. Restrictions on any property has a very negative impact, and this is just not just or fair. I need the right to affordable housing on my property too. I have 4 children and 3 grandchildren. Most parents and people in the city can identify with the concern of future home ownership for our children given the current real estate market. COVID has taught us the importance of enjoying our homes more than ever since we've not been able to travel. Families are adding swimming pools and investing in their homes. The natural heritage designation prohibits swimming pools. It is not right to impose such severe restrictions on private properties. We built our dream home here 25 years ago. And during all these years, the woodlot has been conscientiously cared for without any form of encroachment on the adjoining woodlot. I would have thought that the city would be pleased that the homeowners who live around Waldo Woods, or maybe the other woodlots in this city, have respected the woodlots. While the planning department has attempted to provide permission for possible building on our lots within the natural heritage area, it provides false hope, as the final decision always comes back to the very department that is bringing forward this proposal. The planning department has made it clear that the woodlot cannot be affected with any building. And with that said, I just respectfully request that you vote against the natural heritage designation on private properties and allow me the ability to provide affordable housing for my family. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I see we've got some questions. Mayor Urbanovic, go ahead.
Thank you. Just first of all, thank you very much for coming in and for joining others in sharing your concerns around this issue. I think you're the first person from your particular neighborhood to have come in. I'm just wondering, are you aware of, in terms of when you purchased your property, if there's any restrictions that are already part of your original subdivision agreement, so that perhaps certain things like tree removal or building certain kinds of things may in fact have been part of that subdivision agreement, and thus your home when you purchased it?
When we built here, like we're the original builders, okay, and we were required to complete a tree preservation plan with Brian Page, and maybe you know him.
He's retired now.
Okay, yes, but we exceeded what he wanted us to do. we actually saved about 8 extra trees that he felt would be lost due to impaction or whatever. And we chose to try to save them, and he was right. Year over year, we lost those trees. So we met that when we built. As well, we're under the Grand River Conservation Authority because of the wetlands in the Waldo Woods, and we were aware of that. Yes.
So I'm just, do you know of any of those things right now would, potentially impact your ability to do things, like a granny flat or other accessory dwelling unit? Or is there enough space in your backyard to look at doing those kinds of things, or would this limit it more than the pieces that are already, the restrictions that are already in place?
This is way more restrictive. The proposed line for the NHC-1 falls about 4 feet off our deck, and it dissects our property. So our shed falls within the zone. A lot of our landscaping, our gazebo, it's all in what is designated NHC-1.
Okay.
And we would not be able to put in a granny suite. We wouldn't be able to put in a sliver of a building on what is currently, or what they're looking at zoning at as RES-1.
Okay, great.
We would have nothing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for providing that clarity.
Okay.
Councilor Ioannidis, go ahead.
I just wanted, how's my mic now? Is it better?
No.
You're still kind of fuzzy. Yeah.
Anyways, I just want to thank Violet for coming in. You raised a lot of good points, and I do appreciate your comments and all of your concerns.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for coming in. Next, we have David Balser. Go ahead.
You're on it. Okay. All right. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. My name's David Balzer. I live at 86 Tressler Road. I'm just the sidekick of Violet here, following up. You mentioned we were the first from Waldo Woods. Just for clarification, Jeanette, the realtor who was on before, is our neighbor, so she also backs on to Waldo Woods and is part of the Tressler Road here. So I'd like to start by thanking the staff of the City of Kitchener Planning Department, the City of Kitchener councilors, and the City of Kitchener Mayor. The opportunity to share and express my concerns as a resident and homeowner of Kitchener. To start, I would agree that the city needs to address changing the old zoning bylaws and bringing them up to date. These changes, as outlined in the Crosby Plan, would allow homeowners to add additional housing to our neighbors and community. Not only do I agree with these residential zoning changes, I think it's a great idea. However, that's where my support for the Crosby Plan ends. This proposal to change a handful of Kitchener properties to the split zoned between residential and natural heritage infuriates me. The very thought and idea that a zoning change of my private and personal property will put building restrictions on my lot that I've always been able to do for the past 25 years is not right or fair. Especially when 98% of other Kitchener homeowners will be able to build tiny homes, to build granny flats, to build sheds, to install swimming pools. The very Crosby project is supposed to permit Kitchener homeowners the ability to build supplemental housing in these tough economic times. I'm a Kitchener homeowner. I'm a father. I'm a grandfather. Why am I being penalized? My family is going through the same economic hardships as most other Kitchener families. Yet here we are fighting to protect our rights to also be able to provide affordable housing. I have no problem with the city designating public woodlots as natural heritage, but please leave the very small portion of wooded areas on private property out of the equation. Thanks for taking this time to listen.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Ioannidis has a question for you. Go ahead.
Thanks, David, for coming in, and appreciate your support for your concerns with this issue. And I hope my sound is better this time.
Yeah, it is much better. Good job.
I've switched through about 3 different mics now. Okay, but anyways, thank you for coming in.
Okay.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you for your presentation and for joining us this evening. Next, we have Paul Britton from Activa. Go ahead when you're ready.
Can you hear me, Chair Chapman?
Yes, pardon me?
You can hear me okay?
Yep, you might want to
Yeah.
speak
So
a bit
Chair
louder.
Chapman and committee, it's my privilege to appear before you this evening, and I'm appearing on behalf of Activa. You should have before you a written submission for myself dated March the 7th. And my submissions are very similar to Alex's submissions on behalf of the Schlegel Group. So our clients' lands are located within the SKIPA, that's the Southwest Kitchener Policy Area. And we find ourselves in the situation where there's overlapping processes. The one relates to the Crosby, which is underway, and the other is the Region's Municipal Comprehensive Review process, which is also underway. So like Alex, our request is fairly simple, and it's to ask that committee defer the agricultural zoning at this time that is proposed pending the completion of the Region's Municipal Comprehensive Review process. And that would be the extent of my submissions, other than to note that on behalf of a number of clients, as well as on behalf of the Home Builders Association, we've been involved throughout the Crosby process. And I just wanted to compliment planning staff with respect to the process, the inclusive nature of the process, the public consultation, as well as their responsiveness in terms of issues, questions throughout. So I just wanted to give a plug for planning staff. Often they're criticized, but tonight I would suggest they've done an excellent job with respect to Crosby. And that goes back to when Natalie Goss was sort of the lead with respect to this particular project. So that's my submissions. I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, I don't see a question. I just want clarification on one point, and that is when you talk about the request for a deferral on the agricultural zoning, are you talking about just on your properties or all of the agricultural zonings? In what area?
So you'll see in my memo, there's a schedule that's attached. So what we've done is we prepared a schedule that reflects the request of the Schlegel Group, as well as the request of Activa. And those lands are shown in the orange-brown color on the map that's attached to my correspondence.
So it's those specific properties.
Yes, just the specific properties that are identified.
Okay, thank you for coming in. I don't see any questions, so have a good evening.
Yes, thanks so much. Have a good evening yourself.
Yeah, okay, next we have David Andrews. When you're ready.
I think I'm ready now.
Go ahead.
Okay, through the chair to members of Planning Committee. My name is David Andrews. My family and I have lived at 96 Trustler Road since we built the house in 1995. I'm here to voice my opposition to the zoning bylaw amendment, specifically as it relates to zoning of private residential property to natural heritage. We purchased our property in 1994 from the original owner of the adjacent lands, which became the Cora development. At that time, the plan was for the property to be severed into 2 lots. Based on our future plans, we decided to purchase both lots as a single property. It was quite a stretch at the time, but we felt it was the best option, and we always had the ability to sever off a second lot if times got tough. We purchased the lot at a premium because of the trees and the park property behind, which was conveyed to the city as part of the core development agreement. We carefully planned our constructions to minimize any impact on the trees, much to the chagrin of our builder who had to work around them. Over the years, we've managed to maintain the trees because we saw them as an asset. The new bylaw amendment proposes to convert 2/3 of our property to natural heritage, removing the rights and freedoms we thought we were purchasing with the property. My concern with the proposed rezoning is twofold. First, it removes my ability to use my property as it was originally intended. Now that we're retired, we had planned to continue working to improve the property. With the planned changes to the zoning, this will no longer be possible. Any construction will be severely limited, if allowed at all. As a result, we are not able to fully enjoy our property. The trees we saved and maintained are now a liability as opposed to an asset. I don't think this was the intent behind the amendment when it was developed. The second concern I have is the impact of the new designation on the value of my property. The heritage designation will significantly reduce the resale value as well as the interest in purchasing my property. Any constraint on a property reduces its value to the buyer. The greater the constraint, the greater the impact. The report suggests that the new natural heritage zoning applies to properties in areas which already have restrictions. There are no tree saving plans, conservation easements, or subdivision conditions that pertain to our property. The property was rezoned from agricultural to residential after the final development agreement was approved. The report states that the natural heritage designation does not mean the city is taking over privately owned lands. But if all the rights and freedoms associated with those lands are removed, how is the city not taking over? The report indicates that this zoning is not intended to implement arbitrary rules to limit development or infill on private property. As I mentioned earlier, when we purchased the property, the plan was to sever it into 2 lots. Because of the current market conditions, my son cannot afford to purchase his own home. Not having to purchase land would make it very easy for him to become a homeowner. The proposed changes will make it impossible to provide land for my son to build on. Even siting a tiny home on what remains would be extremely difficult, if possible at all. This limitation will only apply to a few properties. So how is it not specific and arbitrary in limiting development on private property? The report suggests that there is general agreement with the proposed natural heritage conservation zones. We've reached out to a number of affected residents, but not one has expressed support for the proposed changes. I can't comment on all the information in the report, but I know that as of last week, every property owner listed on Trustler Road still has strong concerns of the proposed rezoning, not just some of us. The report suggests there are no financial implications associated with approving the zoning amendment. While there may not be immediate financial impacts on the city, there are significant financial impacts on the residents who will be affected by the rezoning. How are these impacts going to be addressed? This has been a long and stressful process for my wife, my family, my neighbors. But what keeps me awake at night is not this initiative. My real concern is what comes next. If it's this easy for the city to take personal rights and freedoms away from its residents, what will be next? I honestly think about this a lot. It's something we all should think about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews, for your presentation. Councillor Ioannidis, go ahead. You have a question?
I don't have a question. I've spoken with David on numerous occasions, and I just want to say thank you for your patience and your leadership skills with and from your background and your experience in dealing with this issue. And I really appreciated your comments and the support that you provided in guiding the residents as well.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much for coming in, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we have Connie and John Dixon. You have minutes to make your presentation. Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate taking having the floor to share my concerns. And Don and I have lived in Kitchener 30 plus years, moving in from the Niagara region. We love this area, specifically West Kitchener. I live at Driftwood Drive, and it's the beautiful wooded lots that drove us to this particular property. And on that note, as my neighbors on Yellow Birch, Trustler, Stonehenge have communicated, we are opposed to the NHC1 rezoning. We are being put at a disadvantage for being good stewards of the woodland properties we own. And if the proposed NHC1 rezoning is implemented, as owners of woodlots, we will face personal harm and hardship, as the designation will create loss of rights and privileges that we had when we purchased our property. We purchased these properties at a premium, as Jeanette had enthusiastically stated, for the woodlots have been maintained, and we have looked at the environmental integrity of our properties. We've kept the trees, we've kept the beauty. Driftwood backs on to the beautiful city maintained trails, and that just draws more people to the area. We appreciate it, and we purchased with the invested interest in preserving the woodlots. For this, we don't see the necessity of putting that harsh designation on our property where it limits our rights as owners. And honestly, there's currently bylaws that exist to assist property owners in managing the trees on their property in unison with the city's environmental agenda. So once again, we don't see the reason for implementing the NHC1 designation. Thank you. I'm just repeating what everybody else has said, but I just wanted to let you guys know that there's somebody on Driftwood, I'm speaking on behalf of a few of our neighbors, that we do oppose to the designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon, for coming in. Councillor Ioannidis has a question for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Connie, for coming in. I don't think we've personally spoken, but just to let you know, I do have several of your addresses on Driftwood and my amendment to look at. Okay.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening. Our last delegation for this this topic is Herc Costa. Mr. Costa, are you here?
I hope I am.
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Chapman, councillors, and Mayor Vrabanovic. My name is Herc Costa. I live at 80 Trustler Road here with my wife, Karen, and our two daughters. I'm not gonna, repeat a lot of things that have been, already talked about. I just wanted to, advise Planning Committee and the councillors of our displeasure with the plan to rezone our residential property from the current zoning to the NHC1 designation. I've struggled with the situation for a while now since hearing of the news that the city was going to go forward with this plan. Despite the honorable intentions of this new designation by the city to protect the natural features of the surrounding land, forest, and waterways, I feel that this will strongly affect our future rights as a property owner, as well as the imminent negative risk to the value of our property with this new heritage designation. My family has dreamed and worked for many years to attain and protect what we are all proud to call our home. For the last 30 years since we purchased the property and shortly thereafter building our home, I have always valued the natural aspects of this property and the surrounding natural spaces. I want to protect and continue to be responsible for what we are fortunate to have been blessed with as our own home and surrounding natural areas. I understand the idea of protecting the surrounding city lands for generations to come, but I believe it is in everyone's interests and rights that individual property owners is just that, property ownership. the rezoning should not be pushed upon any individual property owner without the right to choose. Please try and put yourselves in our shoes and think about how something like this would affect your own personal property ownership rights as you deliberate in the council meetings. I do really hope you can understand our position, and I thankfully appreciate your consideration in your decisions. Based on the fact that the city already has the proper controls in place with respect to building activities in these natural areas with respective building permits, tree plans, along with GRCA permitting and for the property owners, I feel that the current property rezoning should stay residential as it currently is, and that the NHC1 designation should only apply to city-owned lands and end at privately owned property lines. I want to go on record, or I should say we want to go on record that we are strongly opposed to the rezoning of our personal property under the new NHC1 designation. Basically, that's it in a nutshell. We just want to make sure that anything going forward isn't going to change, and that's the scary part of this new rezoning is what's going to happen next. And I feel, along with a lot of the neighbors and a lot of the other people that are being affected by this, that the future is just uncertain, when something like this all of a sudden starts taking hold. And I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of how a lot of us are feeling. So that's basically it in a nutshell. Thanks very much for letting me speak, and we'll go from there.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening. There's a comment or question from Councillor Ioannidis. Go ahead.
Thanks, Herc, for coming in. And with a name like Herc, I don't know how I can refuse you. But anyways, I do appreciate your comments, and definitely I've made sure that we've all heard all the concerns of the residents in the area, and I want to thank you for coming in. I know it's not easy to delegate in front of city staff and ourselves and stuff like that. So I do appreciate yourself and all the other delegates that have come in. It's not easy. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, have a good evening. Next, we have questions for staff. So Councillor Ioannidis, you had keyed in very early on. If you want to go first.
Yeah, so did you say that's all the delegates? Sorry.
Yes, that is.
Okay.
Unless there are any that I don't have on my list, but that's my list.
Okay, so if I could have clerks put my amendment up on the screen, that would be great. So I don't know, I got two amendments, but I guess we'll deal with this one first. And these are, I know I had worked with staff to get some of the addresses, but I had followed up with a few more of the residents earlier this afternoon. And there's about another 4 or 5 more addresses that were added to this list. So I guess my amendment would basically states that the addresses be removed only pertaining to the natural heritage conservation designation, and that any other addresses from the other wards or who do not want to have their designation report to the city staff prior to ratification March 21st, 22. Since I haven't heard any concerns from any other areas of the city, I guess we could remove that, but I'll allow that to if any other members want to keep that in there.
Okay.
And then
I think others to add. Go ahead. Sorry.
And then I guess I don't know if you want to look at my second, the third one. Can you get rid of that third one? That the lands outside of Dundee North proposed zone change AGR1 zone be deferred as it relates to the SKPA Activa lands and the adjoining parcel commonly known as the Schlegel Bayer lands, properly descripted within their prospective submissions until at least the conclusion of the ongoing ROC review process.
Okay, so let's go to questions from staff, and if anyone wants to add any properties to that list, I'm sure it will come out in the conversation. So did you want to add something, Councillor Marsh, or would you like to cue in?
Thanks so much. Just a point of information. Can Councillor Ioannidis or the clerk please email this to us so we can see it? Like it's too hard to read on multiple pages.
Good idea. Thank you for that. So next week I had Councillor Johnston in the queue from earlier.
Yes, thank you, Chair Chapman. And through you, just trying to remember yes, my question was, thank you, on this particular item was, I'm wondering if staff can expand, please, on what the tree bylaw protections are that are in place without having to put in place the heritage designation.
Sure. Through you, Chair Chapman, to Councillor Johnston, if I could have the clerk pull up slide 24, please. So just, I think with this response, I'll focus to start on the delegates that we've heard from primarily on Trustler Road and also on the pocket on Yellow Birch, Driftwood, and Stonehenge. So just taking a step back, council or staff has taken direction from provincial, city, and regional policy, as noted in my staff presentation, protecting natural features. So the two key ones in question here are on Trustler Road and the Driftwood. They're both woodlands. So in the case of Trustler Road, we have a regionally significant woodland, and in the case of Driftwood, we have a locally significant woodland. And both of those in policy have very clear protection to limit development and restrict development in those features. So that's kind of the basis of the NHC 1 zone, and what it intends to do is protect those wooded features. So then once that was set out, the next question was how to define those features. So we used a number of techniques. And so I'm going to say between all the properties on Driftwood and those on Trustler as well, there's give or take about 50 properties. And I believe all but 3 of those properties have tree saving plans that were usually a condition of when the property was first developed. And what those did is they were a condition of building permit often or subdivision that said, here is the part of the lot that can be developed for residential purposes. And here's the part of the lot where the trees are to be protected. So we use these plans to guide the location of the proposed NHC 1 line on these properties. This is just a sample of what these plans actually look like. You can see the green was the tree saving area, and the gray was the residential area. So yeah, these tree saving plans exist for almost all of these lots in question that we've spoken about so far. So maybe I'll stop there, and I'm happy to expand any further either on these protections or specific to the Trustler or Driftwood parts of the city.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kelly-Ruitt. So I think it's pretty fair to say that without the heritage designation, there are already tree saving plans and bylaws that are in place for these properties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Next, we have Mayor Banovic. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I guess a couple different sets of questions. The first one, I guess, is to Councillor Ioannidis or maybe to staff. And I'm just looking at the amendment that's there, and I'm inclined to be supportive of the direction that it's going. But where my concern lies, Councillor Ioannidis, is you're dealing with specific properties, I guess, based on folks who maybe we've heard from, and others. My concern is about the others who we haven't heard from yet, potentially on those streets. And I'm just wondering sort of what the thinking is behind going with specific properties as opposed to looking at the entire streets in question.
to be frank, Mayor Urbanovic, and thank you for bringing that up. To me, I would have preferred to have removed like all the streets, the 4 main streets that were mentioned that have that designation with the NHC, but you know, some of the area residents, you know, were okay with it, and so I don't know. I just didn't want to. I just didn't think I would have that type of support to move forward with that, and also I just didn't really want to, you know, punish those that may want to have this designation on their property. So I don't know. I struggled with that one.
I guess where my concern lies is just that we have some, if we're going to consider this and go in that direction, is that we have some consistency on the properties in a particular geographic area. So I'll maybe give that some additional thought. And staff may want to comment on it as well. When I ask my second question, I guess, is to probably Ms. Goss, and it's with respect to the letter from the region today. And I'm inclined to want to be supportive of the request from the region, particularly as it relates to affordable housing opportunities. But I do recognize that, you know, we really haven't had an opportunity, and staff haven't had an opportunity to fully consider it. And so I'd be inclined to ask that staff consider developing an addendum report with respect to the request from the region, and that the report would address 3 particular questions. First of all, does the region's request for zoning permissions on specific properties align with the official plan? Secondly, how do current zoning permissions on these properties compare to proposed and requested permissions? And finally, are the requests for these zoning permissions on these specific properties considered a minor change from the existing zoning as it's been suggested that they are? And so, Ms. Goss, I'm wondering, would it be reasonable to be able to get that kind of addendum report in time for, if I were to move that as an amendment, would it be reasonable to get that in time for the 21st?
Through the chair, that is something that staff is prepared to do in that timeframe.
Okay, well, Madam Chair, when the time comes on that particular issue, then I would like to move that as an amendment for that to come back as additional information on the 21st. So we would park the regional request for today, and that would come back then, if that's the will of this committee. But in light of that being focused on affordable housing, I would certainly think we would. And that's a key priority of our council as well. I think it's something that we would want to see move forward.
Okay. Any other questions, or that's good?
Oh, that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Councillor Davey. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Chapman. Just a couple of questions regarding the delegations and requests for 155 Woolwich, if I could. I do see Mr. Lobley's on the call here. My first question would be if I could get an idea of how the open space, the availability of open space in the area around 155 Woolwich compares to the other parts of the city.
Good evening, members of council. Through you, Chair Chapman. Thank you for the question, Councillor Davey. This area of this ward in the city has one of the higher levels of provision of general park and open space. It's about 130 square metres per person against the citywide average of total park space of about 10.1 square metres per person, and the lowest served communities at about 20 square centimetres per person. So it's very well served from a general parks and open space perspective. and one of 4 wards that are in that sort of amount of parks and open space provision.
Okay, thank you. And I know we're not dealing with this today, but just to confirm, in terms of staff's intention to bring this back, can you confirm that the amount of land that is developable is approximately 10% of the total acquired parcel?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you. And going back in history, we didn't own this property, I guess, what, 6 or 7 years ago when we first acquired it. Staff did not, because of what you just said in terms of the open space, staff would never have recommended acquiring this parcel for park space. The only reason it was acquired was in order to service the stormwater facility.
Through you, Chair Chapman, it's my understanding that this property was purchased with the sole intention of helping support the creek restoration works and natural heritage restoration works. And as I understand it, the property was actually flagged at that point in time for the potential sale of a small part of the property at some point in the future to help recoup some of the costs of the work that was done on the property.
Very good. 2 more quick questions if I could. There was a reference, I didn't want to argue the delegation, but there was a reference that we do not have any parks in the city that are front on the Grand River or adjacent to the Grand River, right? Could you comment on that?
Yep, we actually have quite a large number of parks right across the Grand River, right across the city, which face onto the Grand River. So from Pioneer Tower Park in the far south of the city, following many, many kilometres of the Walter Bean Trail, which are very similar properties to this, which are directly onto the river, including some very large, very active sites like Bridgeport Sports Fields, and indeed one of the city's 5 legacy parks, Kiwanis Park, are all major parks that face directly onto the Grand River and provide for access to the Grand River. The other thing I'd note is that, as one of the delegates did mention, active recreation facilities have actually been developed on this site. So we have a canoe launch, one of the first canoe launches developed in the city, a new trail, bridge and recreational infrastructure, which all provide for access to the river and for parkland amenities to be present on this property, serving very passive, but some parkland and recreational type infrastructure on this property, which would not be impacted by the rezoning that's proposed in the staff report.
Okay, very good. And last question, I'm not sure this is one for you, Mr. Labbe, but I do appreciate it. Is there, and this isn't something I'd want to do today or deal with today, but should council ultimately decide to put those properties, that 10% property on the market, is there any, I know there's legislation around our water facilities in general, but is there any legislation preventing us from using the proceeds for other parkland, or are we bound to use the proceeds to put back in the stormwater facility?
Through you, Chair Chapman, I briefly raised this question with members of our finance staff. As I understand it, and as they led me to believe, the utility cannot fund tax-based services. So strictly speaking, this property was by the stormwater utility, and so the revenue would return to the stormwater utility, which would restrict to some extent what that funding could then be used for.
Okay, that's helpful. Madam Chair, I'll have a brief comment as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Councillor Michaud. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. I actually don't have a question for staff. I just have a comment for Councillor Ioannidis's amendment. So should I cue back in?
No, because at some point we'll be voting on the amendment. So if you want, are you wanting to add an item? Or
no, Councillor Ioannidis made the comment of we could perhaps remove the comment of any other addresses from other wards who do not want to have the designation report to city staff by March 21st. I'd like to leave that in. I think there was some conversation from some of the delegates tonight about the confusion at the public meetings, and this is by no means an insult to staff's work, because they do a great job, but I find that Zoom public meetings are very hard for a lot of people, and someone had said that. So I just want to be sure that the residents in the ward that I represent, have a clear understanding of what this is.
So are you considering this like a friendly amendment? Is that, would you take that as a friendly amendment, Councillor Ioannidis? I know it was in your initial.
At this point, I would say yes, but this could change. So.
Okay, well, we'll come back to it then.
Okay.
Next we have Councillor Marsh.
Okay, thanks very much. I have a question for planning staff around the natural heritage conservation zoning. I'm wondering, why did the line that's being cross-sected, that's cross-secting across multiple properties, why did it not get more specifically aligned with the tree line? Is there a reason why some people's sheds and decks, etc., are included?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Marsh. So as shared, one of the tools we use to guide the location of the NHC1 line was those tree preservation plans. And due to the number of properties involved in the citywide nature of the work, we really relied heavily on those plans as the key tool to guide that line. Where it was raised to us that it may have gone through a deck or a shed or part of a house, we did look to address that where possible. But generally speaking, we did try to stick to those tree saving plans to respect those conditions that the lots were first developed with.
Could it be that sheds and decks, etc., were already were built after the fact and were built maybe within a tree management plan, a tree saving plan?
Through the chair, yes, that's certainly a possibility. I will note as well, within the two pockets that have come up tonight on Trustler and Driftwood, we have also added a little bit of flexibility to continue to allow new structures to be built within the proposed NHC1 zone, provided that the woodland can be maintained.
Okay, and can you comment on the ramifications if we did remove the designation from these addresses that are being proposed? I mean, or even all of the NHC zoning, what would be the result?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. So as noted, our staff recommendation is to apply the Natural Heritage 1 zone on these properties because they are features that are protected in policy from development. And so the potential by applying a residential zone on these natural features could open up the door to development in these woodlands or wetlands, as the case may be, which would not align with city, regional, and provincial policy.
Okay, and is there a reason why we have to keep the word heritage in this zone? That I know we approved it previously, but if we were to look at renaming the zone so that it did not include the word heritage, would that be something like, do we have to call it that?
Through the chair to Councillor Marsh, yes, good question. That's certainly something that we've heard throughout the process is the use of that word heritage. The reason it's there is that's the language used in the provincial planning documents is natural heritage features, and that was the basis for the zone. But certainly there would be nothing policy-wise that would prevent us from changing that name to remove that word.
So why hasn't staff done that yet? Like, if that's one of the main concerns, you know, why wouldn't we just call it something like, you know, special tree area, or I don't know, natural feature zone, something that doesn't include the word heritage?
Through the chair, yes, that's a fair question. I think the process has been underway for a long time, and as mentioned, we're trying to maintain consistency with provincial policy, and so that was the basis for keeping that word in there.
Okay, I mean, there's a point at which we have to try to listen to the residents, right, and understand what is holding us back. But at the same time, I feel it's very important, as I think most of the, or if not all of the property owners in that area, we all want to preserve the trees. And I think it's a matter of how can we get there without being too rigid in, you know, a name or something else. And so I'm trying to understand and what, you know, why can't we maybe continue the conversation? I guess my final question is, if this matter were deferred to a later date, would staff be able to continue with the dialogue? Do you think that there might be fruitful possibilities in having a further dialogue and amending the rules a little bit so that we could address the concerns?
Through the chair to Councillor Marsh, I think we could certainly take direction from council on that. A couple thoughts that come to mind would be things like exploring boundary refinements on specific properties. I know that's come up from some of the delegates. Comments about it going through decks. I'm obviously recognizing there aren't necessarily trees there now, even though that deck may have been within the tree saving plan at one time or another. So certainly those are the sorts of things that we could look at if directed by council. So yes, there is opportunity to further refine that.
Okay, Madam Chair, at the appropriate time, I have a deferral motion for Councillor Ioannidis's amendment number 1, because I feel like there's more that could be refined before we just throw it out.
Okay, thank you. I noticed, Mr. Chapman, you put your hand up while Councillor Marsh was speaking. Did you want to add anything? Mr. Chapman, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understood from Councillor Ioannidis's previous comment that there might be a refinement coming to his motion. I know Councillor Marsh has just referenced a deferral as well. And so I'll hold off until all the comments are finished and then perhaps win at that point.
Okay, good. Next is Councillor Snyder. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Just a question on the zoning for 155 Woolner. So should this be designated Res 2? Does that force us to have to sell that property for residential?
Through the chair to Councillor Schneider, no, it would not. The zoning is simply the rules for what could be built there. And staff's recommendation as part of stage 2B is that the northeast corner of 155 Woolner, again, representing about 10% of the area of that lot, would be appropriate for residential purposes should the owner, current or future, have an interest in developing it for that purpose.
Okay, and when it comes to parkland, can residential 2 land be used for developing a park?
Through the chair to Councillor Schneider, no. The Res 2 zoning is for residential purposes. Should there be an interest in using any land for park purposes in the city, there are open space zones that do allow for things like parks. So that would be the zone that typically would apply to our park spaces in the city.
Okay. A question for Mr. Lobley. Just to gain some perspective on this property, when the city came into ownership of it for the environmental work, do you have any idea of the size of the land that we had at that time and what kind of condition it was in?
Through you, Chair Chapman, and thanks for the question, Councillor Schneider. I wasn't actually employed by the city back when we purchased this land. As I understand it, was agricultural land and a bit of a barrier for the Waterbean Trail. In fact, there was a desire line that was on one side of the property, which then was on one side of the private property at that point, and there was no way through the private property, and you had to move slightly further north away from the river to continue through the Waterbean Trail. So it was a bit of a barrier to access, and as I understand it, the property was in a degraded environmental condition, and as a result of the work undertaken by the Storm and Sanitary Utility, the environmental conditions have been improved, and associated to that work, a greater trail alignment along the river has been able to be achieved, as I said earlier, with a new bridge installed.
Okay, so like even if we would assume rezoning and sale of the property, on that property, would you know how much space we would have and how much land there could be improved?
So as I understand it, I believe the property is a little over 3 hectares in size, and we would be retaining around about 3 hectares if either the proposed open space zone or the balance of the property, the most of the property, which would be the new NHC 1 zone. And so the city the area would retain the vast majority, almost 3 hectares of land, more than it had pre-2016 in either open space zones or natural heritage zones in this area.
Okay, and just be perfectly clear, open space means public accessibility.
Through you, Chair Chapman, indeed, both zones include public access. So both zones would allow for passive recreational access as it currently exists on the property, and could potentially allow for the city to undertake additional works on that property to further enhance for the natural heritage purposes that we hold it for.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Snyder. Next, we have Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Chapman, and through you. And kind of to build on what Councillor Schneider was asking with regards to some of this, the open space zones, which might still be in place, even if we decide to sell a portion of this property. We've heard from people today in the community that are wondering, is this a place where we can do something for our Indigenous community? We don't have opportunities like this come up very often with land along the Grand River. So I'm wondering if staff can comment on kind of our. I know that we have a committee in place that we've been that they've been looking at different things. I'm wondering if we can comment kind of where we are and if this is an area that that we could use for that.
Through you, Chair Chapman, I can try and take a crack at this one. There is a group currently working as part of the Reconciliation Action Plan framework in the city and across the region as a whole, looking at land that the city currently holds or stewards on behalf of the public that could be used to support or could be dedicated towards uses by Indigenous community. That work is ongoing. This land would be one of those parcels that could be considered as other parcels of land across the balance of the city in city ownership or any other public agency ownership. It is a partnership work that's ongoing at this point in time. So we could certainly look for those uses. As noted in response to one of the earlier questions, the zoning on this property actually would not prevent or limit in any way those conversations from occurring on this property or any other property.
That's, excuse me, that's great, Mr. Lobley. Thank you. And I was wondering if we know if there is a report that's coming back to council on this and when that might be happening, just so that we can actually have some framework around some timing.
So through you, Chair Chapman, I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that question. Is work ongoing at this point in time? I can try to provide a response to you or find somebody able to provide that response to you after the council meeting, Councillor Johnston. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Councillor Gazzola, go ahead.
Yeah, excuse me. I don't have any questions of staff. I just want to comment that I'm quite sympathetic to the delegates we've heard tonight, and I'm hopeful that we can do something to assist them. And at the same time, I would like to see that first paragraph left in the resolution to give other people in the community who may not have had as good a background knowledge and have not done anything, but to give them also an opportunity to be treated in the same manner. So just a comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Vandenbeek, do you have a question or a comment?
No, a couple more questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, and I know Councillor Davey asked the question, but I think it'd be helpful for all of us to to have that clarity, and also for the viewing public, would staff have a visual of the Woolner Street, the Woolner Ave property? That could maybe be helpful, just so that we understand, or that everyone understands. I mean, I have a sense, because I know that property quite well, of what we're talking about. So maybe staff can just comment on it.
Yeah, through the chair to the mayor. So this is a screenshot of an aerial photo of the property outlined in orange, 155 Woolner Trail. I can see the creek running through the midsection of the property that was restored following the city's acquisition of the property in 2016. The northeast corner of the property is the portion proposed to be zoned residential 2. I will also note, as a little more background for that, that part of the property is outside of the natural heritage features on the site, including the floodplain, and is designated low-rise residential in our official plan.
So just to be clear, the entire property in orange is what we acquired, and prior to that, the only property that the city owned is sort of where the pathway is between 125 Woolner Trail and 155. And then obviously, I mean, we have the pumping station across Woolner Trail.
Yeah, through the chair to the mayor, if I could get the next slide, please. It just zooms out a little bit and shows which properties the city currently owns. But yes, prior to 2016, the city did not own this property outlined in red or orange, 155 Woolner.
Okay, and so it's just the area in the red square that we're talking about. And all we're dealing with today is the zoning issue, not ultimately what the use of this property might be, whether I mean, the whole issue of sale or not, or what we do is a subsequent decision of council, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, and if we were to zone it as part of the comprehensive zoning today, that doesn't prevent council at some point in the future to make a decision that may or may not see the same contemplated use go forward, and if in fact we were to look at it in a different manner than what's being proposed today with the zoning, council could see it rezoned back to what it is today, hypothetically.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay, that's I think a helpful context to understand in terms of the nature of the decisions that we're making today. On the broader list that Councillor Ioannidis is proposing, you know, the more I think about it, I think it is important that we would include the entire street, whether it's in your motion or whether it's in the deferral motion. And I think several of members of council have talked about the opportunity for others to come forward. I just want to understand, I guess, what that, and staff can maybe provide some insight, what that would look like in terms of when others could come forward. Would it have to be between now and the 27th or the 21st rather, or would it be at some point, some other point in time?
Through the chair, yes, I can comment on that a little bit. So certainly the council meeting is the 21st. I might suggest any other addresses not included in that list be submitted to the Crosby email account, for example, perhaps in the next week, just to give staff time to prepare mapping as part of the bylaw returning to council on the 21st, should it get to that point.
Okay. So Councillor Ioannidis, I guess I would turn to you, you know, at some point between now and when we deal with your motion, if you're looking to include the balance of those streets, And if not, I would be looking to make that as an amendment. Sorry, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay, good. Thank you. Next we have Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. I'm wondering if we can put up the first visual that was asked for by the mayor. I noticed that in the section of land that we're proposing to be residential, that the back lot line seemed to be wider or go further back than the current homes on Woolner Trail. And I'm wondering if we might be able to match up those back lot lines so they match what would currently be on Woolner Trail. And that would give us perhaps just a tiny bit more space that's already there as well. Could that be an option?
Through the chair to Councillor Schneider, yes, if directed by council staff, could amend the boundary of the Res 2 zone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Next we have Councillor Singh. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think some of the questions I had have already been asked. Councillor Schneider touched on one aspect of, not the parcel that's being proposed. I think a part of it is. I'm sorry, can you hear me better now, Madam Chair?
Yeah, try that. Go ahead.
How about now? Can you hear me better?
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Perfect. Sorry, I'll start again. So I think Councillor Schneider did touch on my question. The fact that of the parcel that's being proposed for residential zoning, not the entirety of it can even be developed because part of it would continue to be within the floodplain. Would staff be able to show that? Do we have any slides that shows?
Yep, through the chair to the Madam Clerk, if we could pull up slide 33. Thank you. So I can see the boundary of the proposed Res 2 zone. The floodplain is the hatched area along the Grand River, the edges of it, and Idlewood Creek. So the current Res 2 boundary is outside of the floodplain. I will note the purple line on the screen. That is the Grand River Conservation Authority's regulated area. Most of the Res 2 boundary is outside of that, except for a very small portion of the southwest corner.
Okay, so only a very small portion is okay. I thought there was more of that, but that's fine. My other question is might be for Mr. Lobley. I understand that the proceeds, potential sale of this small sliver that is being proposed for residential can't go for anything other than stormwater. The fact that the entirety of this parcel was purchased for environmental remediation and towards the stormwater management, could we allocate those future possible funds towards the improvement of this specific area itself, as opposed to it just going in the general funds? Could council direct that for future benefit, for additional ancillary benefits to improvement of the passive recreational amenities that exist?
I just say, I think that's a good question, but it's kind of beyond the scope of the zoning work that we're talking about here.
How is it any different than other questions that have been asked related to the same matter?
Well, because they were, I thought, I heard more zone specific. Let's just stay focused on this. That's supposing that we've already changed the zoning and now we're going to sell it, and what are we going to do with that money? So if somebody has a response, that's fine.
No, that's okay. Yeah, Chair, you made that call, so I can carry on. Regarding the entirety, the full parcel that was purchased back in 2016, what portion of this lands are being proposed as residential as a percentage?
Through the chair, about 10%.
About 10%. So from the majority of the concerns or comments that have been received by the public at large regarding the classification for residential zoning, does it deter for us to, still have usage of the remaining parcels for that, passive recreational space, or some of the other points that have been brought forward regarding any, any reconciliatory work that can be done with Indigenous community for land back? Does it deter us, the fact that the 90% of that parcel is still available for other usages?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, no, it does not, and I can clarify some further comments as well. So even on the Res 2 portion proposed, there are provisions in the zoning bylaw for public uses that potentially could allow even a parkland or any other commemoration type feature on the Res 2 portion. So it's feasible that the entirety of the site could be used for such a purpose if that was the direction.
Okay, that's excellent. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Next, I have Councillor Ioannidis. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. So I'm hearing the way everyone's going with looking like deferral is in the process, and I do like the deferral. I do like what the mayor is recommending as well, with including. But my only concern is I'd be amenable to the whole process as long as the deferral is guaranteeing the addresses that I'm putting forth to be at least removed at a minimum, so that they give these residents the assurance that they're going to get the answers today and not wait 2 more weeks, and still, because this is something that they've been dealing with for quite some time. And so, because this, it won't make any difference if we're going to be looking at this comprehensively, if we're going to take out the remaining property. So it doesn't change anything. So that's the only premise that I see moving forward that I would support. In addition, I did miss one address too, and for the clerk, that's record, it'd be 80 Trustler Road. Again, that's the reason why I don't want to miss anyone either. So, but I want at least to give these residents the assurance that moving forward, that they don't have to worry about this process moving forward. In fact, that if anything, it's going to be a better process for their neighbors as well.
Okay, I notice Mr. Kelly Roots, your hand went up first, and Dan Chapman, or Mr. Chapman, I'm not sure who wants to go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll let Mr. Chapman speak first, and then I can jump in if needed.
So through the chair, I do want to be fair to Councillor Ioannidis and acknowledge that a deferral would require a future decision of council. And so if it was council's intention to provide an ironclad guarantee tonight that properties are out, that really should be the motion of council. I think council can express their strong commitment, but at the end of the day, the effect of a deferral is to reserve the decision to a future date. The benefit of the deferral, as you've noted, is that right now, in a sense, it's a piecemeal approach to these 2 natural heritage features, the Waldo Woods and the wooded area that's bounded by yellow birch, stonehenge, and driftwood. The benefit of the deferral is that it provides for further dialogue, to look at the properties that aren't included in the motion, to consider whether it's appropriate to exclude the entire feature as an example. But the risk that that entails is that it would require a future decision of this council. And so I just offer that, Councillor Ioannidis, that if certainty is what you're looking for, then a decision concurrent with the zoning bylaw is what's needed. But if council's open to looking at both of those natural areas comprehensively, then the deferral would allow that. I think council can express its strong intent tonight, but again, there is no guarantee if you defer that decision to a future date.
Okay, thanks, Dan. I will think about that further. But
I would turn to Richard as well. He may have additional perspective to offer on that.
Through the chair, not too much to add. I will just mention in the event of a deferral, staff's position would likely remain keeping the bulk of these properties, at least in some part, zoned NHC. As noted earlier, there may be some room to adjust lines, but as far as staff's position is concerned, that would likely be the extent of in terms of how our position might shift.
Okay, I will still keep my original motion on the floor then.
Okay, I have, before we go to more resumed comments, I wanted to ask a couple questions myself. I wanted clarification on this FTR1 zoning category. Have we ever had anything similar to this? And why is it being presented to us here?
To you, Madam Chair. So the FTR1 zone is a new zone in our zoning bylaw. And generally speaking, it applies to very large properties who typically are zoned agriculture 1 right now, but within the city's urban boundary. Often the official plan directs that there be residential uses on at least a part of these large parcels. However, they often also contain natural heritage features. And so what the FTR1 zone does is it brings it into the framework of the new zoning bylaw, which is something that we're trying to achieve on most properties. But it also allows property owners to go through a future zoning bylaw amendment process, which would help staff and the applicant delineate where and how the best way to develop residential uses on that property is. And so the FTR1 zone, the label for it is the future use zone. And it's essentially just that, is it's bringing it into the new zoning bylaw and allowing for a future amendment process to guide the use of that property.
So if you were to leave it as agricultural as it currently stands, could it not be amended at a later date anyway?
To you, Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. However, if it was to, oftentimes these properties are residential in our official plan. So to leave it as agriculture would mean that it would remain in the old zoning bylaw, which is not something that we're trying to do. We're trying to get as many properties as possible from our old zoning bylaw 85-1 into the framework of the new one.
So there's no in the new one, there'll be no classification for agricultural lands. They'd be under different categories, including the FTR1.
To you, Madam Chair, to clarify that, yes, there remains agriculture zones in the new zoning bylaw. However, those are designated as agriculture in our official plan, and therefore are zoned accordingly in the new bylaw. These FTR sites are all within the urban boundary, and there are no or very limited agriculture sites in the urban boundary, hence being zoned as something other than agriculture.
Okay, thank you. The question I had is about this split zoning approach. Are there any other examples of how split zoning has been done, and what were the splits?
To the chair, I would say that split zoning is fairly common and exists in many cases throughout the city today. For a number of reasons, including things like protecting part of a property from development. So we do have an equivalent of the NHC1 zone in our old zoning bylaw. Typically, it's one of our P zones, for example, P3. And so you might have part of a property protected using that P zone, and then the rest would have another zone. So yes, it's fairly common.
And are those on public properties or also private properties?
To you, Madam Chair, it would be private properties as well.
Are split as parkland and residential, for example. Is that, if I'm hearing you properly?
Yep, to you, to the chair. Again, there are a number of cases where this is used. It's not always necessarily for protecting land. There could be other types of split zoning as well. For example, you might have commercial on one part of a site and residential on another. So it really depends, but there's lots of cases throughout the city where a property may have a couple of different zones that applies to it, which would be considered a split zone property.
Okay, my last question has to do with the Woolner Trail. So I drove out there today, and I was quite impressed to see the I don't know what kind of trees there, cedar trees or evergreen trees anyway, that were along the I guess the north and the east side of the property that in question. And it, you know, I guess my question to you is, so the property was bought, the city bought it, and the idea was that it would be sold at some point to recover the loss of that that purchase. But I mean, that's how many years ago? That's like 6 years ago now. It's not like, you know, we've gone in a huge deficit because of that purchase, and what we'd be recovering now would be minimal. And we've called a climate emergency. So it just seems to me like, I mean, it's such a small piece of land in the larger scope of things, and it's situated in a really kind of unique location with the trail above and the trail closer to the river. So I just wonder what happened. Is it all about the sale of the land, or is, you know, as far as being is concerned, you know, it does seem to me like kind of an odd change. Mr. Chapman, as you've turned your camera on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're correct, and I would take council back to 2016. The impetus for this purchase at the time was for utility purposes. It was a stormwater utility that required the land to remediate the creek to remove the dams that were failing and presented a flood risk in that community. And so that was the driver. At the time, it was not acquired for park purposes. There's been an amazing side benefit of that acquisition in terms of the naturalization of the area and returning it to public ownership. But at the time, it was utility ratepayers that footed the bill to purchase the property, and it was understood that we would sell the developable portion to help recoup the cost. And to your point, there is a large unfunded capital program within the stormwater utility, and so certainly returning these funds to that utilities will reduce the impact on ratepayers in the future.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Next, I have Councillor Ioannidis. Go ahead. Well, I mean, we're going second rounds now. I know Councillor Davey had some comments, so do you have questions or comments, Councillor Ioannidis?
I didn't realize I queued back in again, but I do want to officially add another address to the list, and it's from encouragement from Councillor Michaud with 106 Robertson Crescent.
Okay, was that what you were going to, your intervention, Councillor Michaud? Did you want to ask a question or a comment?
Yeah, I do want to ask just some more clarification on the deferral that Councillor Marsh is asking for. Is that just till the 21st, or can that be extended for more time to you know, ensure that residents have a clear understanding of that letter that was sent out? Because I have a pretty strong feeling that they don't in certain areas of this ward that I represent.
Well, I suppose that would take a lot more time than just till the 21st. And you're concerned about multiple areas that are currently being proposed to be zoned NHC?
Yeah.
I don't know how to handle that exact one, because I was thinking of the two woodlot areas. So I would ask staff for help in understanding how we might treat that deferral so that we can give time for that.
Okay.
I can help Councillor Michaud. So part of my amendment does allow other areas in the city, other wards, the 2-week time frame to put those additional addresses in.
Okay, that's good enough. All right, thanks. Sorry, Councillor Marsh, I misunderstood your motion then. Apologies.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, I think we should go to comments first, and then we'll go to the amendments in the motion. Does that work? Councillor Davey, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. First, I just wanted to thank Mr. Kelly-Roots and his team. This is a tremendous amount of work, and there's always going to be controversy in items like this, and I know that they did the best they could to address them. I'll support Councillor Ioannidis's motion. I do think it's important to be very careful about preserving the freedoms on private property. I do think the tree canopy is probably one of the more important aspects we're looking at in the future of the city. But without these assurances, our tree canopy grew significantly in recent years, and I have no reason to believe it won't continue to grow. I think it's also important to touch upon 155 Woolner, because there was some unfortunate media coverage on this. I don't know if any of the members of council received some negative emails, but I was surprised to see I was getting emails questioning why the city of Kitchener was contemplating selling parkland. And the answer to that is that we're not. We're not selling parkland. We've never sold parkland, at least in my time on council, nor have we even considered it. The reality is we would have never ever purchased this land for parkland because it is, compared to the rest of the city, it has significant amount of open space in that area. There are areas of the city that are desperate for parkland, notably wards 8, 9, and 10 are all desperate to come close to the amount of park and open space that the people in this area enjoy. And then I guess in falling back to, no good deed goes unpunished, even within that, we acquired this parcel. And even though we never contemplated keeping it as parkland and open space, we actually are going to keep something like 4.5 of the 5 acres that we acquired. 90% of it is actually going to stay in city ownership, which I guess wasn't reflected in the media story. At the same time, I think we do need to look at recouping some of those costs. If it can't go directly back to parkland, it will go in a roundabout way in terms of our total envelope of spending, because we do need to spend more money on open spaces in those, especially those wards 8, 9, and 10, in my opinion. And I was moved by Ms. Woolner's delegation, and I can only tell her that I think a lot of us are feeling that COVID effect, needing to see more open space. But I would only offer that my intention in this is only to provide more of that relief to the people in the core of our city that need it, not in the outskirts. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Councillor Marcy, did you have comments?
I wanted to bring forward my deferral, so I don't have more comments before that happens.
Okay,
so I'll wait for after. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Urbanovic. You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Chair Chapman. And I too want to begin by, first of all, thanking all of the delegations who engaged this evening. The many people who have written to us an email or contacted us in other ways, and the many who participated in the process over the last number of years. This has probably been, in my time on council, one of the longest planning processes, but it was also a huge amount of work. If you think about the volume of properties that we're looking at, and the fact that, quite frankly, we've come down to so few properties as being issues and concern this evening, I think speaks volumes to the process, the opportunities for engagement, and the opportunities for everyone's participation. There are sort of 3 main things that have been identified today, and that we're dealing with in terms of the motions that are before us. I will support the main motion. I will be supporting Councillor Ioannidis's amendment. I do want to ask for some clarification, though, because we've kind of been, we've been a little bit all over the map, and so I just want to be clear that in dealing with the streets in question, and I believe there's 4 of them in total that were referenced tonight, plus the addition of the one in Councillor Michaud's ward, and the opportunity for people to come forward over the next couple of weeks, but that we in fact include the entirety of the streets in question that have been referenced in the Driftwood sort of Yellow Birch area and the Waldo Woods area. So is that included, Councillor?
Trussler Road and Stonehenge.
Road, yes, thank you.
Stonehenge Place.
Yes, thank you. So those are all included? Councillor Ioannidis, in your motion? Yes. Okay. Okay, you're muted, but you were nodding, so I take that as a yes. So then I can support that. On the issue of Walnut Trail, I will be supporting that to go forward as recommended by staff for a couple of reasons. Number one, it was very clear when we acquired this process what the intent was, and that there would be a portion of that land that we would ultimately end up selling as part of that overall project. There is a lot of work that's being contemplated in that area in terms of a Grand River Park, and that's something that we as a city are committed to. And I think we want to be clear that tonight we're approving the zoning. All the other decisions, there will be plenty of opportunity for community participation and engagement on them going forward. And the last point, Madam Chair, is I did reference the piece about the region of Waterloo and the pieces of work to come back on the 21st. So at the appropriate time, I too would like to make that amendment and have that considered. And obviously, I'll be supporting it as I'm moving it. So thank you.
Mr. Chapman, do you put your hand up?
I apologize, Madam Chair, but I want to see clarification on the question that the mayor posed, because my understanding is different. Mayor Benedict, if I understand correctly, you were asking if all addresses in those two natural areas that Councillor Anitis has raised are included on the list? Was that the question that you were asking?
I was asking him, yeah, on those 4 streets, and he indicated they would be.
And his earlier response, he indicated that some property owners in those areas did not wish to be removed. And so my understanding is that the list in front of council right now does not include all addresses in those areas. So perhaps Councillor Anitis can clarify.
You know, in light not to forget any other addresses, and to be fair, I would prefer to use the whole streets.
Okay, next we have Councillor Gazzola. Yeah, you have comments?
Well, I'm a little confused here. I hear the talk of a deferral. Are we going to have a vote on a deferral, or where exactly are we going, and what are the amendments?
Good question.
Is it questions?
No, it's a good question. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
No, I totally support. We've had a lot of delegates come out tonight and have made a lot of very good points, and I totally support them, and will support them whenever this comes for a final vote. But in the meantime, I want to make sure that everybody in the community is treated in the same way, so that if they're not at the table tonight, that they will get a kick at the cat and have an opportunity to be put on that list. So I hope that whatever motions are coming forward are going to include that. So I want to see everybody treated the same, given the same treatment. So,
Chair Chapman, can I clarify that again? And just for Councillor Gazzola's points, that is in there. So.
Okay, can I take control here for a moment? What I would like, if the clerk can help me with this, and if you have an amendment or a motion, if you could send it to the clerk so that you can bring it up on the screen, and we can see the order in which we're going to vote on them so that it's clear to everybody. So I know, Councillor Marsh, you have an amendment. You have Mayor Benedict the same. Councillor Anitis is already there. What else did I have? Councillor Michaud had a friendly, well, I called it an amendment. I know you didn't, but maybe you wanted something left that had been removed. So if everybody could cooperate with that would be very helpful, because I think there's a lot of talk of things that people are wanting, that we need to get them in order, get them right. Councillor, I see you just put your hand up.
Who?
No? Okay.
Oh, sorry. Who are you, who, I didn't hear what you said.
Well, I thought you just put your hand up.
I did. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. As far as the friendly amendment, I think Councillor Ioannidis is okay with that. That's my understanding.
Okay, so as long as it's
Confirm?
submitted to the
Yes.
clerk.
Thanks.
And I see you still have your hand up, Sir Marsh. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I didn't know if you had more to say or not.
Yeah, I don't know why we wouldn't just defer this to allow for those members who Councillor Michaud is concerned about, not knowing about what's happening. We're talking about 2 weeks, but in reality, we're talking about a week because it's Wednesday night and it's March break next week. So some property owners with kids might be, busy. And so I'm thinking that the deferral need for these 2 wooded areas, and if Councillor Michaud has a specific area that she's thinking of, then we can add that to the deferral motion that I have put forward, and then that I will put forward when we can post it, and then we can ask staff when they can come back to us. That's my suggestion. I think it's unreasonable to try to do this right. It does not provide Councillor Ioannidis's, request for total assurances, but I think that it would at least allow for staff to dialogue further with the residents in question and be able to perhaps come to a better understanding as a result.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, I see you have your hand up again.
Yeah, are we going to be taking comments now?
Well, we're taking comments. If you'd like to make a comment, go ahead.
Because if we're going to be dealing with the deferral, I just wanted to express my opposition in towards the deferral. And if some of the members of council had experienced what the area residents that I represent have been experiencing for the last 5 years, this hanging over their shoulders. 1 more week is, yeah, in that grand scheme of things, makes a lot of sense, but it doesn't give me a guarantee that these residents are going to be assured. And my number 1 goal is to make sure that these residents are assured. And unfortunately, I would have preferred to have a more holistic approach towards this, and I think the residents would have wanted to have a more holistic approach to this. But at the end of the day, that's not what exactly happened. And so this is why I won't support a deferral in any capacity. I want to give these residents the assurances that I feel like they deserve, because this has been 5 years in the making for them.
Okay, Madam Clerk, are you able to pull up the deferrals and the amendments that have been brought to our attention so that we can have a look at them and we can decide, where we're going with this?
Through to you, Madam Chair. Yes, we will bring up the material that has been received. If I may suggest that any decision that the committee renders tonight would still require ratification at the forthcoming council meeting. And so without having a special council meeting this evening, there is still some potential for further conversation at the council meeting, where any individuals who haven't been able to participate tonight might attend. And to just note that a deferral to a future meeting would take precedence over any additional amendments.
Okay, so that's why I'm hoping for a list. First with the deferral. And we'll start there, but as long as a further list will be compiled in case this fails. So if everyone's in agreement, we can vote on this now, unless your comments are specific to the deferral.
No question.
Yeah. Go ahead. Councilor Michaud.
Okay, so what are we, I'm kind of confused here. So are we voting on a deferral or are we voting on Councillor Ioannidis' amendment?
Based on what the clerk just told us, we'd be voting first on the deferral.
And the amendment, sorry, and the amendment gives us till the 21st to get any new addresses that might be in the area ward that I represent. Is that right?
The clerk can clarify, but that's what I would understand. That's what I understand. I see you.
Through the chair, if council is looking to have the most complete list of addresses possible, it would likely be best that we defer this matter so that we can collect that list and bring that forward at the council meeting. However,
can I just ask make a comment? There were letters that went out to all these residents. I don't think it would be, I'm wondering how long it would take to get that list per ward. They have the list already. The letters have gone out, had gone out. So I don't know how long would that take to get to us if they have the list already.
I'm not sure who can answer that question, staff. Maybe.
Through the chair, I'm not sure I'm following the question. Can that be clarified? Please.
Okay, can I clarify? Sure. I have some concern that there are a lot of residents in Ward 4, as I mentioned to staff a couple of times, that didn't first understand the letter and the ramifications of it, and some probably didn't read it. So, and I don't think the public meeting that we had, it wasn't a very good representation from Ward 4. There was only a few people there. So my concern is they really aren't aware of this. So I want to be sure that I can reach out to them and let them know. And this can be done by the 21st if we can get the list.
Through the chair to Councillor Michaud. So what would the direction to staff be between now and the 21st?
I would say, can you give me the list of the residents that the letter went to? Is that possible?
Through the chair, I think we could provide a list. So again, there's about 400 NHC properties.
Yeah, but not in the area I'm talking about, more in the Brigadoon area, because that's where I think most of the area in the ward that I represent is affected by this. Correct?
Through the chair, yeah, there's a couple of different key locations in Ward 4. One of them being Brigadoon. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So could I get that list?
Yes.
Ms. Goss, did you want to say something?
Through the chair, if I could just add or build on Richard's response, we have a list of properties which are proposed to be zoned natural heritage conservation through this zoning bylaw amendment. That's a comprehensive list of all properties that were notified through this process, and a comprehensive list of properties that were notified originally in 2015, and then again over the last couple of years. We do have to clarify with other internal staff whether there's any privacy rules that we need to be mindful of before we can provide that list to members of council.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
Just further to Councillor Michaud's concern and question, if council were to choose to support Councillor Ioannidis's motion for the properties or the streets, the 4 streets that he's indicated, beyond that, further to what Councillor Michaud is saying, could staff not, if direction is given immediately right after, send out written notifications to those 400 addresses indicating that the decision that's been made by this committee and that those property owners have the choice of opting out if they so indicate to council prior to March 21st? Can it not be that easy? Instead of having to offer individual lists to councillors, cannot staff be directed just to send out that notification?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, I think that would not be able to be done by the 21st.
To send out a notice, we can't do that in 2 weeks?
Through the chair, I mean, we may be able to mail the notice, although by the time it's received by property owners, as noted previously, next week is March break. And then that's a high number of properties as well. So there'd be managing volume of potential responses. It might be challenging in about 10 days.
Yeah, I might have a different suggestion, but I'll wait for my turn. Thank you.
Okay, can I just ask if I see Councillor Gazzola and Councillor Ioannidis have your hands up. Is this to do with the deferral? Your comments or your questions? Councillor Gazzola?
My only point is that I want to see everybody treated fairly in the same manner. Okay, so if it takes a deferral, so be it. But I would like to see everyone across the city have the same treatment. So that, and if unfortunately that slows it up for a couple of weeks, I think the delegates have heard tonight from the council. They can very well see that it appears to me anyhow that the majority of council hears what they're saying and agrees with what they're saying and are prepared to support it when it comes for a final vote. So how do we go about that? If a deferral with a different date does that, let's do it. But otherwise, I just want to see that everyone gets the same treatment and opportunity.
Okay.
Point of clarification, if I could, just trying to help here. It doesn't really matter, guys. If we approve Bill's motion without the deferral, there is nothing stopping anyone from adding a name between now and council. Full stop. It just doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you for that. Mayor Vrbanovic, what did you want to speak to the deferral?
No, I'm trying. I was trying to help here if I can.
I'm trying to vote on the deferral. Like if we can stop talking, we can first vote on the deferral.
Councillor Chapman, go ahead and vote on the deferral then.
Okay, thank you. Do we want a recorded vote or Councillor Marsh?
Where is the deferral? Can we just have it up on the screen?
Did you say, I know you sent it, received it. Did you send it to the clerk? Yeah, thank you.
So it's in two parts, and it's basically just the first one is not a deferral. So it's just the second paragraph there. If we can see that a little bit bigger, that staff be directed to work with property owners adjacent to the wooded areas known as Driftwood, Yellow, Birch, and Waldo Woods to have the zone lines accurately reflect the wooded areas on their properties. And the other thing is that I think one of the main concerns that we heard was that they want to protect the trees just like the city does, but that they don't like the word heritage because they're concerned that it might affect their property values. And I agree with Councillor Gazzola that we tonight we have these property owners that is a bit of more of a fulsome list than Councillor Ioannidis is. And then we can add the area that Councillor Michaud is asking for on the 21st if need be. Honestly, we need to try to protect our wooded areas. And if we just willy-nilly remove some addresses so that people feel like they can do whatever they want with their properties, we're going to end up with less than ideal situations where people are chopping down trees that they don't want to. I'm not suggesting anyone who was a delegate tonight would do such a thing, but if we don't have protections on the wooded areas, then it's a strong possibility that it could happen.
Okay, so does anybody want to comment specifically on this motion? Go ahead, Councillor Vrbanovic.
Well, thank you, because in all due respect, I'm not clear where the deferral is there. I'm sorry, can that motion get put back up?
Yeah, it doesn't have a date. Sorry, Chair Chapman.
If I can finish, Chair? Yeah, so to be clear, I'm not sure where the deferral is in this issue. I do understand the amendment on the naming issue. On the other, quite frankly, it's leaving it in abeyance till some point in the future. And so I think what we need to do is have some clarity on that. And it also doesn't speak to other properties that may be contemplated.
Councillor Marsh?
It's true. It's true. I was writing it in quickly. I thought that we would get to it quicker. So really, my deferral is that that we defer any rezoning of the properties known as Driftwood, Yellow Birch, and Waldo Woods until such time as staff have had a chance to continue the dialogue with those property owners to see if we can come to an amenable solution.
Mayor Verbandt, did you want to add anything?
No.
Okay. Councillor Singh, I have you next.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. If this motion can be broke up into two parts, I can see myself perhaps supporting the first part where it gives suggestion to rename and eliminate the word heritage in the zoning identification. In the later part, I think Councillor Ioannidis's motion that he's already put forward does almost the very fact of what Councillor Marsh is trying to intend to do. We heard from the residents today that they are not in support of the natural heritage conservation designation. Their necessary concerns are not specifically along the property mark of where in their property it's being designated or not designated. The concerns that they laid out is that it will impede their future decisions of their property and property values. That's the concern that they laid out. And that's, as a council, what we're hearing and choosing to take into consideration. I think what Councillor Ioannidis is attempting to do acknowledges those issues, and I'm in support of that. And at the same time, his motion is inclusive, and at the same time, in respect aspect of a deferral of all the other properties up until the council meeting, where, as Councillor Davey has said, others will have an attempt to communicate with staff in acknowledging if they want to participate in opting out in that designation. Having a deferral to that date until council, I don't think achieves anything further than what Councillor Ioannidis is attempting to achieve. I think what he's put forward is probably the most cleanest and effective way to proceed forward. I will not be supporting the deferral, and I will support Councillor Ioannidis's motion.
Okay, Councillor Michaud, did you put your hand down?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I will be supporting Councillor Ioannidis's motion as well. I just want to clarify something. I think the comments that Councillor Marsh made about losing trees and people cutting down trees. I don't think anyone, any delegate that came tonight wants to cut down trees. I think everybody that has properties that back onto a treed area respect it and actually care for those trees. But what is happening with this new zone is that it's a kind of a heavy-handed way of preserving trees that people are already caring for. It's people's properties. It's their right to put a pool. It's their right to have a deck. And I think I just want to make that clarification that there were no delegates here tonight that were going to cut down trees, and I don't think there's anyone in my ward that would do it either.
Okay, thank you. Next, I've got Councillor Gazzola. Are you still queued in?
Yeah, I'm still queued in. 15-20 minutes ago, Councillor Singh made a proposal which I thought really made a lot of sense, and that was to communicate with the people that were originally on the list, to remind them that they have an opportunity to perhaps do something about it. And if we go forward, I'm not sure what we're doing, but everything's going to come to a close on the 21st. My main concern is that everyone across the city has the same opportunity. And if they are not happening to be watching tonight and weren't aware of it before, are they going to fall by the wayside and then have their hands tied in the future? So I just, my main point I keep stressing is that everybody get the same opportunity. And I'm not sure that all our amendments and our whatever, I'm not sure that they do that. And I quite frankly, I actually think the 21st is too short a timing to give assurance to other people that might not be on the list.
So maybe we should go back to staff with that one. Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, sorry, what would you like me to respond to?
Well, I mean, it's going back to what Councillor Singh said earlier. Is it possible to get notification out to the residents so that there'd be an opportunity for everybody to again speak up?
To you, Madam Chair, I also just want to note that there were approximately 300 property owners that we notified about this public meeting. I'm going to say about 150 of those were NHC related. So obviously that's not the full 400, but there were those were the 150 that engaged with us throughout the process. So yeah, just to note that likely many of them were aware of the meeting and in terms of what was proposed tonight.
So Councillor Gazzola, do you feel satisfied with that?
No, I'm not satisfied with that. I think staff are correct in saying, we've done everything we can to let people know and give them that opportunity, but knowing what people are like, and especially when you consider we've gone through 2.5 years of somewhat hell where life hasn't been normal. I just they have been made aware of these things, but never really given it the second and third thoughts that they should have. So, again, we're not dealing with Star Wars here. I think everybody around the table agrees, in the direction we're moving, and I just want to make sure that we treat everyone fairly.
Through Chair Chapman, to all members of committee, I guess part of what I'm just grappling with as staff is just trying to think about what a possible letter notification in the next, whether it's a week or month, to all these property owners might achieve that couldn't have occurred already. Many of these property owners received a notification in the last year already. In fact, all of them that are proposed to be zoned NHC. And this is a process that dates back to 2015. So almost every property received 2 letters over the years. So I think that's some thoughts from staff. I know it looks like Mr. Chapman has queued in as well.
Go ahead, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just offer one perspective and then turn the microphone off. Councils over the years, over the past number of decades, have previously decided that natural features are worthy of protection and has made the conscious decision that natural features on both public and private property deserve protection. That happens through subdivision agreements. And I believe most, if not all, of the properties that were before you tonight have been subject to subdivision agreements that have tree management plans on their properties. Quite often we find that property owners are not aware of the regulations that exist through GRCA or through the subdivision agreements. And the intention of the zoning is to basically bring all of those things into alignment. And so the notion that these property owners, if you decline to apply this designation to their property, have greater provisions, in many cases is not true. And so I'm concerned about creating a false expectation here that the existing requirements and provisions would not apply. Certainly makes it more visible and transparent. The GRC regulations, official plan regulations, tree management and subdivision agreement regulations will still apply in all of these areas that have been discussed tonight. One concern I have is that this work has been ongoing since 2015. And if we reopen all of the consultation, recommence the process, it could set back the approval of a new zoning bylaw significantly. And there is a lot of policy work that is tied up in the approval of the zoning bylaw. And so there is the real risk that we would set back the policy work plan considerably if this work stretches into the late summer or the fall. The only other issue I would flag is that even the decision tonight may create a challenge because the bylaw that will come before you on the 21st contains zone mapping. And that zone mapping will need to be adjusted. And if changes are made on the 21st, that will require further changes. And so council, all I can say is that we stand behind the consultation that's happened over the past 7 years. We've gone way beyond the requirements of the Planning Act. There have been multiple communications and public meetings and contact with hundreds of residents about the natural heritage designation. And so our suggestion is to continue on the timeline that's been laid out. It does provide an additional week for addresses to come forward, but I have a concern that if you delay further, it will set back the policy work plan, which will have significant implications for the city.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Michaud, is this
Yes. It's
your last word? Go.
Yes, it's my last word. I just want some point of clarification on Councillor Ioannidis's amendment. Is the streets in Ward 4 that want to opt out of this, will they be included in the amendment if they come forward by the 21st?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to Councillor Marsh with your.
Yeah, I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it. It's not even, forget it. Just.
Okay, thank you for that. Then, Madam Clerk, can you pull up the amendments that have been submitted? Please, in the order that we should be looking at them.
Through the chair, can you please confirm who has moved the staff recommendation?
Oh, maybe nobody yet. Could I have a mover for
Mayor
this?
Urbanovic did that, I think.
Did he? Okay, thank you. So did you want to read this out loud or give us an intro?
You talking to me, Chair Chapman?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor
Okay.
Ioannidis.
I'll read it because I want to make sure this is exactly what, that the addresses be removed only pertaining to the Natural Heritage Conservation designation, and that any other addresses from other wards who do not want to have the designation report to city staff prior to ratification March 21st, 22. All properties on Tressler Road, all properties on Driftwood Drive, all properties on Yellow Birch Drive, all properties on Stonehenge Place, and 106 Robertson Crescent. Yes.
I seem to recall in your earlier motion, you also included the Woolner Trail. Not
No, I
as a, oh, I thought it was included in a separate point.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Would you be willing to add it? This is a friendly amendment for me. But it's not a NHC zone, but that it be
Accepted as is, as the, what is it that you're wanting to recommend?
that the that staff have the, or that the residents have the opportunity to.
Point of order. Sorry, I know it's a long night, but really, Chair Chapman, if you want to do that, you have to resolve the chair, okay?
Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. So then Councillor Singh, can you take my place?
Yes, happy to.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. You're right. Yeah, so I think that it would give the opportunity for the residents to further discuss the matter with staff between now and the 21st of March.
Madam Chair, can you quickly put it in writing so we can get full context, or is this a sentence you said?
Yeah, that's fine. Just that the Woolner Trail rezoning, the rezoning of Woolner Trail also be removed.
Okay, that's clear. Zoning of Woolner Trail also be removed? What do you mean the zoning of? So are you talking about the NHC? There's two parcels, so.
No, that not the NHC, because it's not an NHC zone.
What part of it is? You're talking about the residential?
Yeah. So that it be deferred to March 21st for reconsideration with staff. And it gives them the opportunity to continue the dialogue.
Okay, on screen, you see it amended by the clerk. You're satisfied with what's being written? That's your intent?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Because
Am I
that's
back on?
a deferral, that part, I'll take the deferral separately from Councillor Ioannidis's motion. Because the deferral does take precedence. So, and then we'll go back to the main motion and the amendments as added by Councillor Ioannidis.
Can I just, so why is this a deferral of not a deferral? I mean, they're both really a referral to March 21st, right? Maybe rather than a deferral, is that, I'm not sure the best wording for this.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. So
Yeah.
I've already moved the full motion, and that motion includes the Woolner Trail rezoning. So at this point, Councillor Chapman, you would have to move a deferral on that particular portion only in order for that to be deferred to the 21st. In reality, all the issues, by voting on it today, all we're doing is signaling where council is at, or where committee is at. This would all come back to council next week or on the 21st anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to add that clarity. Exactly. Okay, so I'm going to take that deferral. I don't think, oh, Councillor Gazzola, you have your hand up? Or is that from before?
No, I just have a question, not on the deferral, on the other part.
Okay, so I'm going to take the deferral as a motion first, and then we can come back later. So it's been moved by Councillor Chapman regarding the deferral for 155 Woolner Trail in consideration for that discussion for March 21st. All those in favor? Opposed? And the deferral motion is defeated. Now we're back to the main motion. Oh, well, you know what? Actually, I can go give it back to Councillor Chapman. Go ahead. Old habits.
Okay, I didn't even see how the vote went, but I believe you. Okay, so back to the motion or the amendment.
Madam Chair, we can ask clarity from the clerk. I saw that it was defeated. Madam Clerk, can you specify the vote?
Through the chair, I understand the motion to have lost.
Okay.
Thank you. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll vote on Councillor Ioannidis's amendment as it appears here on the screen.
Can I ask my question before you do that?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want, my question is, have all the properties on those 4 streets, have all the properties requested a change? Or are we just throwing in all the properties to cover everyone?
Councillor Ioannidis?
Councillor Gazzola, can you clarify what you were asking?
I'm saying the amendment is that we have 4 streets there and we're covering all the properties on those streets. My question is, did all those properties actually put in a request to have it changed?
Yes.
Every one
All
of
those
the
properties, all those properties had significant residents who had concerns with the NHC zoning, and that's what this is. It's just dealing with the NHC zoning.
No, I appreciate that, but have all the properties submitted some kind of a form or saying that they're opposed to what it is? I mean, we heard from a lot of people tonight, but this is covering all the property.
Yes, and all the properties that were designated as NH zoning on those streets. That's covering all of them.
Have filed some kind of a form saying that they don't want to be, that they don't want that zoning.
Not every single one is that, but these are the main streets.
No, but that's the point I'm getting at. You said it, not every single one, but yet we're giving clear clearance to all the properties in those areas. We're not treating everyone the same?
It's the same as it will be for every other ward there who wants to have those looked at.
Yeah.
It's the same.
No, I'm not convinced it is.
I want to make an amendment, Councillor Gazzola.
No, I just,
Okay,
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
okay, very good, thank you. We'll start with Councillor Davy,
In favor.
Councillor Schneider,
I'm in favor.
Councillor Gazzola,
In favor.
Councillor Galloway Seelock. A comment? I see you put your hand up. You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm hitting the wrong buttons right now. I'm in favor.
Okay, Councillor Singh,
Also in favor?
Councillor Anitis,
In favor.
Councillor Johnston,
In favor.
Councillor Marsh,
Opposed.
Councillor Urbanovic.
In favor, and just to note, you missed Councillor Michaud.
Oh,
I'm in
I'm
favor.
sorry.
That's
Councillor
okay. I'm in
Michaud.
favor.
And
In favor.
Okay. There's also a motion that or an amendment and motion from Councillor from Mayor Banovic.
Sorry, Councillor Chapman, just, I don't think you've dealt with the third part of Councillor, the second part of Councillor Ioannidis's motion.
Well, I thought it was the whole thing, but.
Oh,
that's
did,
when-
okay, sorry, if that's, I don't know if
That-
everyone understood that, but that's okay.
should we go back through it again? Would we? No, we're good, unless somebody objects. Okay, your amendment, go ahead, Mayor Urbanovic.
Yeah, so the amendment is, as I indicated earlier, that staff be asked to prepare the addendum report for March 21st, responding to the submission from the region addressing the following questions. Does the region's request for zoning permissions on specific properties align with the official plan? How do the current zoning permissions on these specific properties compare to proposed and requested zoning permissions? And are the requests considered a minor or major change from existing zoning? And so based on that, then would be looking, assuming that they are a minor change and there's no concerns flagged by staff in this process, on the 21st, I'd be looking to make the adjustments as requested in the letter from the region today.
Okay, any comments? Not a recorded vote or just
Regular vote's fine.
regular vote? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. I just want to say thank you to all the residents for participating in this, and for the counselors and staff and all your patience through this process. I'd like to propose a 10-minute or 5-minute break, and then we'll get on to our next item. I need a vote for the break? No. Okay. It's in 5 at let's say at 9:45 at 9:40, but we'll get 9:45. We'll reconvene. Okay, we'll get started in about a minute. If you're here, please turn on your cameras. Okay, I think we'll get started. Welcome back. So the next item we have the official plan amendment for 890 to 900 King Street West and a zoning bylaw amendment for that same property. And this matter was recessed from the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting on Monday, March the 7th. So we will carry on from where we left off on Monday. We have two delegations. The first one is Andrea Sinclair from MHB Planning. And I understand you have a PowerPoint presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I actually have some visuals, but they're more intended if I need to pull them up to respond to any questions that council may have. I'm going to try to just provide some oral comments and then happy to pull those up in response to questions after the fact. So thank you for this evening. Feels like this presentation's a long time coming, but happy to finally be here speaking to you all about this project today. I'm a partner at MHBC. I'm here in support of the applications and staff's recommendation. I wanted to take this opportunity to walk council through the many numerous positives of this proposed development. For a multitude of reasons, this development is the appropriate site for this level of intensification. It's identified as a primary intensification area in the city's official plan. It's within a major transit station area, but even more important than that, it's directly adjacent to a major transit stop, which means it's closer to LRT than a significant number of the properties within the downtown. When our clients purchased the property, it was contaminated as a result of previous uses. The site's now been fully remediated. It's another priority of provincial and local policy to intensify former brownfield sites. The proposal that's before you this evening is fully aligned with provincial, regional, and local policies. As council's aware, the reason you intensify and focus your intensification in areas like major transit station areas is to really utilize the significant investment that's been made in transit infrastructure and to promote sustainable development and to put your density in areas where there's already a multitude of services, employment, and all the uses that benefit the residents. There is a shortage of rental housing in Waterloo region and Kitchener as well. Recent CMHC reports have shown that Kitchener's vacancy rate is lower than the national average. This project is going to put 231 purpose-built rentals onto the market. Our client, Cantiro, is an experienced developer that does multiple rental projects. Their intent is to hold this for the long term as a rental project. Something that we heard, obviously, not just through the neighborhood meetings, but if you're at any council meeting over the last few years, we know how important affordable housing is and how top of mind that is for council. It's challenging, as many councillors are aware, especially within a rental project, to make affordable housing work. But in the last number of months, we have been in contact with a local housing provider, and our client is committed to providing 5% of affordable housing units within this particular development. You heard from the Grand River Hospital Foundation on Monday night. This is something that as soon as our clients purchased the lands, they were in contact with the hospital to try to make this partnership work. It's something they're committed to. We think it's one of the most exciting parts about this project, and it's something that can happen because of the unique location. The ground floor is going to have commercial uses that are going to serve the broader neighborhood, such as local coffee shops and restaurants. There's a number of sustainable and TDM measures being implemented. This includes car share spaces, which is important for those residents that are not going to have a car. They will have access to cars in the building that they can use for longer trips. And there's a number of ways that the layout and design of the site has been done to accommodate any impacts on the residential areas further to the northwest. We don't immediately abut residential, but the tower has been directed towards the intersection to minimize shadow impacts. We've also gone with a very slender tower, which also means that shadows move quickly and it has a lot less impact than a shorter, squatter tower would have. I'm cognizant of the time on the clock, so I just want to make sure I don't run over. Other things in terms of compatibility, the way the balconies are designed, they limit the view. They're integrated balconies, and I have visuals I can share later for that. And just wanted to mention, I think there was some confusion Monday night on the Dodds Lane setback and just on Dodds Lane in general. So I know there will be questions about that tonight that I'm happy to respond to. I think between myself and city transportation staff, we can work out any of that confusion. And just wanted to thank council and committee for your time tonight, and happy to respond to any questions. So 22 seconds to spare. Thank you.
Thank you for staying within the time. Any questions? I don't see any. Yeah, Councilor Marsh, go ahead.
Sorry, I will have lots of questions for Ms. Sinclair and the developer. If are they coming forward with a second presentation, or are you yes?
They have registered as a delegation. I think they'll have a few brief statements, and then we're both happy to stay on and respond to questions for whoever they're most appropriately directed to. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we'll move to the next delegation then. We've got Jody Wacko from Cantiro, Stuart Fraser, and Paul Faraday, also from Cantiro. I'll give you, you have 10 minutes.
Good. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, and good evening to members of the committee and council and Mayor Verbanovic. I'll be brief, as I know we want to get right into a discussion on this project. My name is Jody Watzko. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Cantiro. We're an Edmonton-based developer with over 25 years of history of building all sorts of residential real estate in Alberta. And in the last few years, we've been expanding across Canada, and Kitchener is one of the exciting places that we are investing into. For the past 2 years, since we've purchased the property, we've been working with your administration to bring forward the project that you see before you today. And I can say that it's actually been a great experience for our team. Stuart and Paul have been leading that charge for our company. Your staff has been very collaborative, and the project that you have in front of you, I think, is a result of everyone's input. It certainly wasn't one that was generated solely out of our office, but truly a collaboration with your staff. And to add on top of that, that this was done pretty much through COVID. This is our COVID baby, to use a term, and we're quite proud of it. So thank you to everyone that worked hard at the City of Kitchener to help us through this. We were very excited when we were able to acquire this site. It's not very often that you find a site of this size literally across the road from an existing LRT stop and across the street from a large employment and node like the Grand River Hospital, as well as other employment nodes that are up and down King Street. The project you have in front of you is a direct response to the decisions and investments that the city has made over the last number of years in terms of improving this King Street corridor and running LRT and encouraging this type of intensification. For clarity, and just to restate what Ms. Sinclair said, this is a 231 unit purpose-built rental building. It is not a condo, it is a purpose-built rental building. Our company is intending to hold this long-term as we are building a rental portfolio across the country. There are a couple of very exciting things that we're doing in addition to adding to your rental stock in Kitchener. The first one that was touched on is this unique partnership that we've been working on for 18 months with the Grand River Hospital Foundation. Very, very succinctly, we're adding a third level to the podium, which is conceived in the images that you will see. That third level is going to be used for 15 to 17, what we call hotel suites, that'll be used for housing visiting families who have patients in the Grand River Hospital. And I just want to make sure that I get the various services they offer for cancer, kidney, ICU, neurology, and Grand River Kids. So if you're from out of town, you'll stay right across the hospital. Anyone who stays there has full access to any of the amenities that our building has, including the rooftop patio, barbecues, fitness area. We believe it'll bring some dignity to families that are going through a very difficult time. In addition to that, we do have about 3,000 to 5,000 square feet that we will be working with the Grand River Hospital if they have any offices or services or support needs that they require. We are essentially providing this at a significantly discounted lease rate to the hospital foundation. And the contribution is well over $1 million. In addition to this, we have agreed to provide 5% of the units as affordable housing, and we are working with a provider in Kitchener to provide those units and come up with an arrangement and agreement that works. Again, these are real units; these are doors, not cash that will be applied to something future. So when these doors are created, those will go to that provider, and it's affordability under the CMHC guidelines that will be in place when the building is delivered in Q1 of 2025, assuming that we continue to move down this path. I don't want to take up much more of your time, but we are excited to be entering this market. We've had a wonderful experience so far, and our only hope is the next time we sit in front of this committee and council, it'll be in person, and we can continue to work with everyone in Kitchener to help together build your city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did Stuart or Paul have anything to say?
In the Madam Chair, in the brevity of time, if there are any questions, my colleagues, Paul Faraday, who's our lead on, he's Vice President of Buildings, any engineering or building matters can certainly answer. And Stuart Fraser is our Vice President of Entitlements, Acquisitions, and Commercial. So maybe Ms. Sinclair can most appropriately direct the questions to anyone so we can kind of address them in the most efficient manner.
Okay, thank you. I see Councillor Singh, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Jody, really happy to hear about the affordable housing as an addition to the build. Was this something that was necessarily asked as part of the application by staff, or is this something that your group and yourself have brought the suggestion forward?
Councillor Singh, it actually arose out of discussions with everyone involved, staff, some of the politicians, members of council, and us as we've entered the market to learn better what the needs are and how we can contribute our fair share. Okay, I only raise this point because our planning policies to date don't necessarily or can't require inclusion of the affordable units, although that's a direction that we're hoping to proceed. But the fact that you're well in advance of that you're adding this on your own, that's always well received. So thank you on that. The other is the fact that this room will be a rental building. Will it be condominiumized, or it will remain as a rental only? It will not be condominiumized. It will remain as a rental building. Okay. And the affordable housing units that you will work with a not-for-profit provider, will they be in separate ownership, or they will be in the entirety of the ownership of the full building? How will they be classified? They will be in the entirety of the ownership of the building, and the housing provider would then have a lease and a term on those specific doors for the term that we can agree to with them. Oh, I see. Okay. So it wouldn't be in perpetuity then? To be determined. It's depending on how the funding and the mechanisms with the provider works. We've had a lot of initial discussions. We're about 2.5 years out on the building. So our commitment is to provide doors and work with them to make those available when we cut the ribbon on the building. We talk about supply continuously, and a lot of times what's lost in the vacuum of space is the fact that supply on its own isn't necessarily what solves the problem. Ensuring that rental units is also as part of our inventory, that goes a long way to address housing affordability
for those that necessarily can't buy, but choose to rent. So the fact that this is a rental only building, that's significant, and that's great to hear. The number of units that are being developed, can you specify the makeup of 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom? Do you have any indications on that? Have you guys finalized on the design?
Sorry, I have to. Yeah,
I
I
have
do.
them in front of me if you'd like me to.
No,
respond.
I found it. It was just under my pile of papers here. So 42 studios, 105 1-bedroom, and 84 2-bedroom units for a total of 231 units.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, I don't want to keep on going. I'm going past my. Oh no, I have a minute 54. I love the fact that we have a clock now. That makes it so much easier. So, council has continued to put their mind together to encourage or look at ways to ensure that we have a better diversity of housing stock within new development. So more 3-bedroom units as well. What was the limiting factor where you didn't seek out the 3-bedroom units? I don't fault you on it. I know that you have to look at your pro forma of the full project, but I have flagged this on as a very important issue for myself, and that's why I raise this as a question. And this is something that I'm planning on engaging with our staff to see how can we work with the developers to incentivize the creation of bedroom units. Now that I have the opportunity, I'd love to hear from you. What would be incentivization that would encourage you to build more 3-bedroom?
Thank you, Councillor Singh. I guess to answer your question first, we're always balancing the efficiency of a building as well as what the square footage of each door, and I'll use the term door, will be placed at the market. So when you go to a 3-bedroom, it's obviously a larger floor plate, and your rent will be higher. So we found that if we stay at 1 and 2 bedrooms and studios, we're bringing the most affordable project to the market. Second, its location. We, being right on an LRT stop, kind of in the heart of the King Street corridor, we found that the family units may not be as desirable as say other locations slightly off of these corridors where we're looking at maybe mid-rise. And in fact, in discussions, we do have another property that hopefully we're before you in the next few months on Cortland Avenue, and we believe that's a much more appropriate place to include more family-oriented units and the 3 bedrooms. So that's kind of the balance that we had to strike, and it's as well as an efficient building layout. It does ensure that you can bring it in at lower rents and lower costs.
Thank you, Jody. You've definitely checked off most of the boxes of concern that I have, and it looks to be a good design.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks very much for coming back. I know that, this is not an ideal situation where we have a project start on one day and then continue 2 days later. And so I want to ask you about a couple things that came up on Monday night. That were concerns raised by some of the delegates. So my first question is just about one of the most important topics that most residents raised was Dodds Lane. Dodds Lane currently is quite narrow, and I'm wondering, you have requested a setback variance to reduce it from 1.5 meters to 0.68 meters. And I'm wondering if there would be room for us to look at going back to the 1.5 meter setback on the first floor along Dodds Lane. And then perhaps, I just want to ask you about that, and if you can speak to the narrowness of Dodds Lane.
If we want to pull up some visual aids, we can, but to just kind of answer your question in general, and then certainly if we want to dive into it deeper, Andrea and Paul. But short answer, yes, we can look at that to maximize the apron and width of Dodds Lane, and look at a step back on the first floor to kind of, on the Dodds Lane side, to kind of cantilever it in a little bit. to maximize that as much as possible. And we're more than happy to undertake that work between now and when this is brought before council.
Okay, great. That's great. And we can bring up a visual perhaps, Madam Chair, if that's okay. Okay, that's one visual.
I think actually the last page of this package is probably the best one to look at. And if you
okay,
Andrea and Paul, do you want to run with this now? If we could zoom in on that and maybe go through the technical aspects of this.
I'm happy to start, and Paul can probably supplement. So a couple of things on this. One is that we have been trying to get a surveyor out. We will be having a surveyor come out to make sure that we have absolutely accurate measurements of the lane. Another thing to note is that oftentimes the actual paved width that's on the ground isn't representative of the actual full right of way. So it could very well be that the right of way for Dodds Lane is wider than what's paved right now, which would allow for some additional room. And then also, I know there was some mention of a sidewalk along our building on the lane, and there actually isn't any intention of having a sidewalk there. I don't think staff or anyone would want a sidewalk there. We don't want to encourage pedestrians crossing this area, but the area of the setback can also be fully paved, which will allow some widening of what's there currently. We've had a number of discussions. There's been lots of discussions over the last few weeks between our architect and city transportation. As we all know, this has been a major concern of the residents. So city transportation staff have also made it very clear that we won't be able to get site plan approval in principle until it can be demonstrated that if there's a truck or a car parked beside our building, that it's not going to limit the ability for other residents who use the lane to be able to pass. So it's certainly something that has to be ironed out in full detail in order to get our site plan approval. That's been made very clear. And sorry, excuse me. And as Jody mentioned, we're looking at that first floor setback. There may be a need for some support pillars and things like that. So, and just wanted to remind council that the way the zoning has been prepared, it's a minimum setback. It doesn't mean it's the ultimate setback. So as we're working through this, if we determine that we do need to move it back, the zoning doesn't prevent us from doing it the way it's worded currently. We still would need a reduced setback for the upper floors, but we're confident that we'll be able to make something work here, and obviously have to make something work here, or we won't be able to advance through site plan approval.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how much, I have not much time left. Okay, so I want to know about the affordable housing that you've agreed to. In your answer to Councillor Singh, it wasn't clear how many units are you looking at for sure having as affordable housing through an agreement with an affordable housing provider. And if it worked out on the provider's end, would you be willing to commit to at least 20 years of providing the affordable housing units at the CMHC level?
As to your first question, Councillor Marsh, it's 5% of the total number of units. And to answer your second question, yes.
Okay, great. And we know that, I'm out of time, so I'll cue back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Verbanovic, I think you're next.
Yes, thank you very much. Some of the questions I had have already been answered. Thank you to all of you for coming in and making the presentation this evening. The one that I have left is pertaining to the issue of accessible units. So we know there's a certain standard that's required in terms of number of units that have to meet certain standards according to the building code. But then there's another issue in terms of, are they truly accessible for those with who are challenged in terms of their abilities. And so I'm wondering, particularly in light of being across from the hospital and so on, there may be residents, in fact, who would find that very convenient. And would you actually be prepared to, have a few of the units in your building actually be able to potentially be rented by residents with those needs?
If I could defer to Mr. Faraday, he's very intimate with the details of this. Paul?
Thanks, Jody. Yeah, to answer the question, there's 41 suites total in the building that are accessible suites. So just because we have a number of different between studios, 1 beds and 2 beds, there is the again meeting building code. So it's roughly, I believe it's 17% of the suites in the building are accessible. So again, the 5-foot turnaround circle in the bathrooms, the space beside the doors when they open up into the bedrooms, those are all accounted for. So there isn't, like, again, it's a large number of suites that are in the building that are designed. So again, 41 total right now.
But I guess, Paul, where I was getting at with my question is that there are certain basic standards that you're required to do by the building code.
Yep.
But then there's, creating some, quite frankly, that have lower countertops, those kinds of things for individuals who might be in wheelchairs, as an example. And I just think of, particularly those who are regularly going for dialysis and so on. It'll be a great location from a convenience point of view, potentially. So I'm wondering if you would at least be open to looking at that as you get closer to construction.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it makes a whole bunch of sense. Like, there's obviously fixed points with again, load bearing walls and things like that we need to work around. But absolutely, again, if there's a need and it makes sense, obviously being across the road, just like you spoke, across from the hospital, it makes sense to have a look at that for sure. Again, absolutely open for that discussion and looking at, like, meeting with our designers and just seeing how we can make that work, and then what criteria there would need to be. So.
Great. So I will, leave that. I think that's something that staff can work on with you, assuming that this, it gets approved this evening in the later phases, and go with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh, I see you still have your hand up. Was that from the previous round, or?
Yeah, my apologies.
Not a problem. Okay, Councillor March, go ahead.
Thank you very much. One of the concerns raised by a delegate was around the potential conflicts with U-turns on in front on King Street. Can you speak to the plan to make sure that that's not an issue? Or maybe that's actually a question of staff. That's a question of staff. I apologize. So one of the other concerns was, of course, about height. If we look at the urban design manual designed for tall buildings, one of the considerations is if a site does not allow for sensitive transition between a tower and a low-rise neighborhood, it may not be suitable. Can you please speak to how you respond to that?
I'll take that one. And if we could bring the visuals back up again. And in tall building guidelines, one of the ways it's determined if the suitable transition can be met is through the tower separation. And if you could, sorry, just advance a little bit more. Keep going. Other way. I'm looking for the aerial. That one's perfect. One of the ways that they determine if it's appropriate is whether or not it can meet the recommended tower separation distance. And you'll see this visual really helps to show the tower, which is outlined in the darker color, and where it's positioned on the larger podium. And it's placed, as you can see, is pretty much as far as possible away from the residential units. So it has a direct overlook onto the office building or the medical building in behind, as opposed to if we had shifted it further to the west. We're pretty much in most cases exceeding the recommended tower separation, and at the very least meeting it. And in terms of shadow impacts, they also meet the city's criteria. So in a number of ways, the size of the tower, the positioning of the tower has all been done in accordance with your city's tall building guidelines.
Okay, thank you. This is, one of the delegates really spoke to the, how tall buildings result in lower connection, lower safety, health, and environmental concerns. And so I just want to ask you point blank, have you have you considered lowering the tower, because it is 25 stories, and I need to ask you that because the residents don't understand, and many people don't understand why we need 25 stories. Could we do it at, say, 20 stories?
So
Go
say,
ahead,
I'll start, and Jody, you probably want to chime in. So obviously for a rental project, and especially with the ability to be able to do the partnership with the hospital and the affordable, there needs to be a certain threshold of units to make the project viable. Now, if you went for, say, a shorter squatter building and tried to get the same unit count, and I believe there was a resident that suggested just that, you start to pull further and further away from the city's own guidelines on tall buildings. And while a shorter tower that's wider is less height, it's also going to have wider shadows, greater shadow impact. And really what the city is wanting to see is these more narrow point towers. So that's sort of my short answer on it. And Jody, you might want to supplement further.
I really don't, thank you, Andrea, have much to add, but could we go to one of the elevations of the building? And I want to address the comment or the question, Councillor Marsh. Thank you. In terms of the health of these buildings, we make choices in our rental buildings to actually take the top of the building and turn it into a common area that is what we call our recreation area. And it's not just, you know, a small dingy gym like you'd find at a Best Western by the airport. These are large spaces with very many. This will have 2 stories of glass letting in natural light, and it's a gathering place for this community. It's in the penthouse of the building, and we feel that that is the best place to put our public space for the residents to enjoy that. And I also want to be clear that it's not just indoor space, it's outdoor space. So as weather permits, you can be in or out. So our design of our buildings, we actually ensure that the health and well-being of all of the tenants in there is taken into account.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to know, on that podium, on the top of the tower in the amenity space, will there be any opportunities for people to have outdoor gathering spaces? Is there any green trees or plants, etc., for people to have a bit of green in their lives?
Paul, why don't you answer this one, because he just completed one of our towers here in Edmonton, which was his baby, and he gets very excited about programming these spaces. So maybe Paul, share a little bit of what your vision is for that.
Good. Thank you, Jody. Yeah, so the space on the 25th floor, it basically comprises the indoors about 75% of the floor plate. So everything from ping pong tables to card tables to foosball. Outdoors, there's barbecues. So again, communal barbecues, picnic areas. We will landscape independent seating areas as well. Within the space, there's dining. There's spots where we typically set up for high tables. So if you're working from home or if you're a student that's studying for an exam, you can set up, have a view, plug your computer in, and start your day off like that. And again, community isn't necessarily spread out across land. There's a bunch of opportunities. Like this is a community that's vertical. So again, it's still a gathering space that everyone has access to at any time during the day. We have our fitness center up there as well. So again, start your morning with a morning jog overlooking the canopy out to the north of the building. So again, we find it's been a huge benefit to our to the residents that live in the building. And again, even if you live on the 4th floor, you still have access to those amazing views up top. So it's not exclusive like say in some other buildings where basically their top rent is there, so they're going to basically keep it for rent. We think everyone else should get use of that as well. So that we've designed it into all of our buildings. It's been worked out really, really well. The residents love it. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll have questions of staff later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I just had a couple questions about the affordable units. What's the size of those units? Are they the studio units that are going to be affordable, or is there a mixture?
Likely it'll be the studio units, yes, and they're about 465 to 470 square feet.
And as far as the units that you're negotiating right now with the Grand River Hospital Foundation. What size would they be?
Paul, can you help me out with that? Because they're more like hotel suites. So they would be like a larger hotel room, for lack of a better.
Yeah, exactly. So so the intention, I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with, again, Ronald McDonald House, but it's that same sort of concept we talked about with the Grand River Foundation. Like obviously they haven't finalized their design, but the intention is there'd be private spaces where families can sleep in, but there would be common kitchens, common living area and things like that. So you can meet the other families that are going through the same situation as you. Potentially there's some, again, counseling services and things like that as well. But it's enough for a family to stay in. So again, if you don't have the kitchen in the space, now that's in a common area where you can meet other families, your rooms grow that much larger. So you, again, in the same space, you'd fit a 1-bedroom, potentially it's a 2-bedroom or like 2 beds, like a hotel. So there's enough room. It's about a 17,000 square foot floor plate for their floor. So there's plenty of space and lots of flexibility to work with. So
do you know how many people you would hope to accommodate? Like forgetting about units, but like how many beds, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, so pardon me, sorry to interrupt. So there'd be roughly, again, depending on their programming, but anywhere from 15 to 18 rooms. So within those, again, if you say there's a family of 4 in each one of them, so now you're talking like 60 to 70 people that could stay within there. And again, it just depends on the mixture of office space, space for hoteling suites. Again, that's something that Grand River Foundation we have to work through and see what the best fit is, but there's plenty of area there to work with. So I would say, again, 60 to 70 people would be a good number as a starting point.
Okay. What about sustainable features in the building?
Yeah, I can speak to that as well. So we've run an energy model on the building. So we're 24% less greenhouse gas emissions than building code. So as like the latest energy code, there's a 14% reduction on energy use as well. Again, LED lights. We have HRVs, which are heat recovery ventilators in every single suite. Every resident actually controls their own temperature. It's essentially or controlled within their suite themselves. And then we have everything's metered as well and controllable by, again, everybody can control on their phone. If they're gone for a week or the day, they can turn off their air conditioning, they can turn off that. So they have ultimate flexibility within their suites themselves. So those are the kind of the main features that are in there. Something that's important for us too is we'll have 10 stalls that are EV ready, so electrical vehicle ready. And we also have e-bike charging stations as well in the centralized bike room. So again, really encouraging bikes in there. There's about 270 bike stalls in the building right now. So again, every suite could have a bike, if not two. So.
And are the bike stalls EV ready, you said, or they're EV?
There's EV, so basically plug-in stations to charge your bikes. So there'll be electric bike charging stations in the bike room and also EV for cars as well. So in the parking garage.
Right. Okay, I see Councillor Ioannidis has his hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen, for coming in, and I'll reserve my comments for later. But can you give us an idea about the commercial units and what they're going to be?
Sure, I'll take this. Thank you, Councillor. So Quintero has a long history of delivering mixed-use projects. So this is very similar to a project we recently completed in Edmonton. We do have a pedigree in commercial, in addition to what we do on the rental and residential side of things. So there's a lot of design and thought put into what we're doing in the podium to ensure that we can deliver these commercial units and that they can be leased out in the future. There's lots of examples of other developers that specialize specifically in residential that, again, mess up the design of these main floor units. And we're taking some of our expertise and putting them into this design. So there's certain things that we look at, such as ADEPS, also with the HVAC, ensuring that you're not getting smells up into the units above. So the idea here is to really engage that frontage, both on Pine and King, we're designing it so that we can address needs. I think that this is an ideal situation for cafes and restaurants, especially along King. And the idea is to have that indoor-outdoor space so that it livens it up. We can have the cafes with their patios and also the back of house works so that those restaurants have, again, the proper power and the HVAC to deliver that. So a lot of focus has been made on the design for those units, and we're very confident that we can deliver a unique commercial mix here.
Okay, that sounds really good, because I know the hospital, like, sometimes if you're there for even like not overnight to stay at in your units, but if you're there longer, there's not really nothing that's walking distance to support visitors and stuff like that. So I think that's a great addition.
We see a great opportunity to provide an alternative to cafeteria food. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's a great opportunity.
I would just quickly add to that with the MU3 zoning, there's such a wide range of uses that are permitted as of right. So we really do have almost the full flexibility of restaurant, office, health clinic, all of those types of uses that could be on the ground floor.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the hospital also looking at renting space from you, leasing space from you, or whatever to consolidate some of their spaces?
Stu, you want to take it, or I can go ahead, Stu?
Not necessarily on the main floor. I think their uses will be contained to that third level of the podium. I think that though there's a ton of synergies with putting them into the building, and there's certain uses that will gravitate towards having them in the building. So for instance, along Pine Street, it may not be as prime for a restaurant, but maybe there's an ancillary doctor's office or physiotherapy or some of those type uses that fit a little bit better there. And part of what we're doing here is programming out that to make sure the right uses are going in the proper locations.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Next, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't think Councillor Davey has asked a question yet. So.
Okay, Councillor Davey, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just one question. I didn't actually see in the report that there was any negotiation really coming down, so I'm actually going to ask the opposite question. Did you consider making the tower actually taller, and is that still would that be a consideration? Obviously, if you would consider adding even more affordable units.
Paul, I can answer this, and then if we need to get technical, but there's a sweet spot for the number of units that are driven by two main factors. It's your parking and the number of levels of parking that you're either going down or building a podium on. And then the second is your elevator service and the size and the number of elevators that you have to service your building. So we have found that this height is where you strike that balance between the proper density, but also the most efficient use of that infrastructure that you'll be putting in. If we were to go up, it wouldn't be one or two more floors. We would likely have to go significantly more, and then we're going down one more level of parking or up, which then increases the costs. And that cost is not a straight line gain. It almost becomes a diminishing return as we've worked on these.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So just if I could follow up just for my own understanding going forward, between the elevator and the parking, because you're on an ion stop, and I think we're going in a direction where parking is less and less required. Is parking more of the holding you back, or is it the elevator aspect, or the equal?
Paul, it would be parking, but it's also, as soon as you put more in, you have more HVAC, you have more elevators, you have more services. So there's more elements that are added, but the number one cost item is parking. Paul, sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, Jody, you're exactly right. So basically, if you look at, there's say 21 typical residential floors in the building and then 3 levels of parking. So to have it make sense, general terms, 1 more level of parking, basically 7 more levels of height, kind of make the ratios the ratios work. And then exactly like that, as Joey talked about, now you're talking potentially a bank of 4 elevators, and it just changes the floor plate. It makes less of a point tower. There's a bunch of things that change. And then there's the magic number of kind of for operations and things like that as well. Like 200 to 250 is the kind of the sweet spot where it makes sense for having a functional property management team and things like that. There's a size of that works really, really well. And that's, so we're right in the band there. So there is some efficiencies as you go higher and higher. Again, physically build it, absolutely. But there's just an operational, as this is long-term hold for us, it's not a build and then sell to somebody. We'd like to hold it, so we will operate it. So we want to make sure it's operationally efficient. So
also, like, just to add to that, there's also a marketability portion of it. And as much as we'd like to think that everyone will use the LRT system and not need a car, if the solution is to just add additional floors without additional parking, you run into an absolute maximum on the number of units you can lease out without a unit. So there's some risk on that side also.
Okay, I appreciate that context. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Yeah, Councillor Davey had the same questions in line to what I was going to ask. So it's helpful to understand exactly what those limitations are. But I think his question, of course, my follow-up addition to that, hopefully gives some perception to the development community and yourself that it's not always the negative questions of it's too high. In some cases, we need to look at the counterbalance of, hey, can it be higher if there can be wider community benefits, as Councillor Davey has already laid out. Understanding that there is a ceiling height. So my question to you is that 25 height that ceiling? Or are there opportunities perhaps even if it was just a floor more, but that extra floor could be hypothetical here, snowballing. It could be a public-private partnership where we're bringing in below market rent units that may not require the parking requirements. But again, we're bringing a number of units online that perhaps could be built at cost because you're getting an extension of one more story. So again, it's not necessarily a cost prohibitive factor for you, but it could be a not-for-profit organization that again has an opportunity to take on units at being built at cost and not having to factor the additional land costs that are on top of things.
In theory, if it's a flow through, it can work. However, on the fly like this, I'd be hesitant to say yes or no, because it tends to be death by 1,000 cuts if you start to do that. But in theory, if there is no parking requirements and it doesn't add an extra elevator, and there is a provider that's willing to come in and be a partner, it could work. In a purpose-built rental, though, you do get more complicated, because then you might have to strata that particular floor out, because there might be an ownership requirement for an equity partner as opposed to someone that's just doing a longer term lease on it. So that's one of the idiosyncrasies that we run into when we're doing a purpose-built rental as opposed to a condominium.
I appreciate that, Jody. My intention isn't exactly that, a death by 1,000 cuts and on the fly start making changes. I think we have a good proposal on paper right now, but it's helpful at the same time to hear that there are options available. We need to be creative. I'm sorry, I'm making a comment, but I think it's deserving because we need to be looking for those opportunities. And I think as a developer, you are looking at other sites. And that's why this comment is necessary. Please, please, please reach out, see if those opportunities can exist, because I think there's willingness on this council's part to be creative. Thank you.
And I would agree, Councillor, and that is exactly the spirit in which our partnership with Grand River Hospital Foundation was conceived.
Okay, thank you for your questions and your comments. I don't see any more hands up, so we'll move to questions for staff. Oh, yeah. Questions for staff. Thank you. Councillor Marsh, go ahead.
All right, I will start with a transportation related question. So I want to know if you can speak to how many vehicles are we looking at that will be having to turn in and out of King Street, therefore having to use U-turns? And how many vehicles will be parking in the Dodds Lane that would have to use that narrow lane?
Sure, through the chair. There's approximately 108 vehicle parking spaces. The applicant can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Roughly 1/3 of those will access off of Dodds Lane. So I believe that it works out to be 33 parking spaces off of Dodds Lane. With the remainder, it's around 75, will use the access directly off of King Street. In regards to the question about U-turns, Pine Street effectively is a right in, right out only. And that's because of the center running LRT. And designers took that into consideration, understanding that drivers would want to turn left into the site coming home potentially from Waterloo, and would want to turn left out of the site potentially to head downtown Kitchener. So there are two protected lefts, both within 150 meters of Pine Street, those being at Mount Hope and the other one being at Green, where drivers have the opportunity to make a protected U-turn with the advanced green and protected from oncoming traffic or LRT traffic. And that option is far more efficient for a driver versus going the opposite direction and traversing through the neighborhood to Union and then left on Union to go left on King. That would be about 800 meters in total. So a much less efficient option than using the U-turns that were purposely implemented for that exact purpose.
Okay, thank you. We've had some dialogue with residents with regard to parking restrictions that were mentioned in the delegation. Do you foresee any changes to the existing parking restrictions on the surrounding streets?
Through the chair, we do not see any changes to any parking restrictions on the residential streets. There could be an option to lift some of the parking or change it to short-term parking along Pine Street on the frontage of the medical building where there are no residents, just to help out with pickup drop-off or deliveries, but nothing on the residential frontages.
Okay, thank you. And then, and can we assist with ensuring that Dodds Lane is as safe as possible with regard to visibility and signage, even now before the building is built?
Through the chair, yes, we've identified some short-term improvements we can make there through signage to communicate to drivers that it is a shared use laneway, as well as there is no exit at the opposite end from Pine Street.
Can you speak to this potential widening of Dodds Lane? For all intents and purposes, it wouldn't be our lane, it would be the property owners, but to extend it a little wider so that the first floor setback would be what is allowable rather than their requested minor variance. Do you think that might, is it your impression that might be sufficient for vehicle traffic?
Through the chair, currently we have, if we add up the width of the lane, which is around 4.9 meters wide, in addition to the setback that's currently proposed, there is approximately 5.6 to 5.7 meters of width. On paper and through initial analysis, that could facilitate a large moving van, as well as a wide pickup truck, a wide body pickup truck, to pass while that moving van was pulled over. Having said that, it would be quite tight. And as Ms. St. Clair has pointed out, we have made it very clear that laneway is shared use. Businesses here rely on that laneway, as do homeowners, and it needs to remain functional at all times, whether or not there's a garbage vehicle there or a moving van that's servicing the vehicle, servicing the building. There was some options proposed today, which would further increase the space. So a a service vehicle could straddle the property line between the lane and the setback to provide that additional clearance through the lane for residences and businesses.
Okay, great. And those are all the questions I have for you, Mr. McCrinnan Jones, and now I'm out of time. So I will queue back in if there are other questions.
I just had one question that I wanted to ask, and that had to do with the justification of the increase of an FSR 4 to a 10.1. How do we get to that?
Through the chair, or to the chair, it's really a function of the building height in the site area. The policies that were put in place for 4 FSR were done quite some time ago. And as many people are aware, much has changed in our community over that last little while, and this is translated into higher FSR values.
And in the Grand River Hospital secondary plan, that's more recent than the 1985 zoning bylaws, is it not? What was it zoned then in the secondary plan?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Well, maybe it may be because it doesn't make sense, but when we talk about the 4 FSR, does that come from the 1985 zoning bylaw, or does that come from the secondary plan of the hospital secondary plan?
It's from the KW Hospital secondary plan.
Okay. Which was completed in what year?
Mr. Stevenson, can you help me out on that one?
Sure, yes. So our secondary plans were created in advance and formed part of our 1994 official plan. So they're somewhat dated. They were completed in the mid-90s.
Okay, well, okay. And thank you. Well, I guess one other question. So under Crosby, what would it be zoned?
So again, maybe I could provide some clarity around that, as that's not necessarily specific to the application. So this area is within a major transit station area. So this is part of our neighborhood planning reviews project, which we have initiated with a statutory public meeting in December of 2019. But as council is aware, we have not been able to advance land use designation changes in zoning for that project yet. We are excited to see that the regional official plan and the boundaries of the MTSAs have been regionally council endorsed, and that will give us the opportunity, once we have more direction from the regional official plan, to pick that project back up. And then we would be implementing new zones from our Crosby zoning bylaw, as well as new land use designations from our 2014 official plan to all of our MTSAs.
And in the 2019 neighborhood review policy, or whatever it's called, what was being proposed there for this property?
Again, so it was a draft that was never council approved, but it was the land use designation was mixed use, which would allow for a floor space ratio of up to 4. This particular property on the corner was identified with a special policy area 3, which was mixed use medium to high rise. So it was identified within this corridor as an opportunity to be the higher height. And from what I understand from the rationale was that this is a somewhat unique property, being on the corner of King and Pine and separated from the low rise residential neighborhood, with the office building immediately next door at 18 Pine.
So the 2019 would allow for FSR 4.
That was the initial land use designation and zoning, but again, that does not have any status.
Right, I realize that. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Marsh, go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair Chapman. So I have a few more questions. I'm wondering about one of the points that was raised by a resident on Monday night, when Ms. Heather Love talked about how there's a real lack of green space in this general neighborhood, apart from a cemetery. And I'm just wondering that's beyond the scope of this zone change bylaw question, but I do want to understand in order to address this resident's concern, which I think is shared by all of that neighborhood, what is the city able to do in the coming years to address the lack of green space?
Good evening once again, Council, and through you, Madam Chair. In the short term, nothing. In the short term, very limited abilities. This is one of the issues, however, that has been a focus of attention for staff as we've been developing the spaces, part of places and spaces. We've heard strongly from community, we've heard strongly from council, and including earlier on this evening, just how important it is to look at parks and open spaces in all areas of our community and look to achieving greater equity in accessibility and provision of parks and open spaces. And this is definitely one of the areas which is short on parks and open space, and as such is a focus of some of the recommendations that we're developing through spaces. So at this point in time, I can't offer a concrete answer to that. What I can say is that we are going to be suggesting some of the tools that council might want to consider directing staff to use through spaces, and we're hoping to bring that back to council later on this year. We're aiming for June.
Okay, aiming for the June of 2022. That's
June of 2022.
That's soon, and I recognize, and I think everybody can recognize that it's not going to happen overnight. But we're not talking about kicking the can down the road for another 5 to 10 years before we think about green spaces. Correct?
So through you, Madam Chair, that will be up to council to direct staff on. So staff are bringing forward recommendations. There are no easy solutions in creating green spaces in areas like this. And
No.
so I would caveat it that the recommendations we will be bringing forward, which are varied, will and fed by the work that we've done so far and engagement that we've been doing with community groups. The recommendations we're bringing forward don't have a magic bullet to solve these issues, but we are certainly looking to tackle them and seek council direction through the strategy on how we might go about doing so.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I want to just ask that council member, that this committee remember all of the comments that were made on Monday night by the residents who brought forward concerns. And it wasn't just 4 residents who had concerns, there were just 4 who put together very fulsome presentations on behalf of several neighbors. So there were, I don't know how many, but over 20 that were quite concerned and wanted to, they met frequently and discussed how can we respond to this proposal in a way that acknowledges that, yes, we need density. Everybody understands that in an urban neighborhood like that. But at the same time, they felt that the density and the height were too much to bear. And I just want to remind committee about that. And I do want to thank, well, I'll make some comments later. So that's it for now for my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no more questions, can we have a mover for this item? Are your hands up for questions? Okay, no, moving?
Oh, just to move it. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so Councillor Davey moves it. Councillor Ioannidis, is your hand up for a question or?
No, I was going to move it, but
Oh.
I'll wait for comments.
Okay, so comments. Go ahead, Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, I do want to thank all the delegations that came in, even from the other night. It was definitely difficult to navigate the meeting, and particularly splitting it like this and all. But at the end of the day, I do appreciate Quintero group coming in and being a group from out of town and recognizing the importance of the needs of this community, in particular with affordable housing and the needs for, you know, partnering up with the hospital and you know, providing those valuable rental units and in a perfect spot in my mind on a major transit route. You can't ask for a better location, in my opinion, and other than the one we dealt with the other night. But I really do appreciate their sincere and their candor in coming in and willingness to want to work with the community. And I feel it shows with their project as well. And I'm actually looking forward to you know, working further with Quintero and their other developments as well, and looking at the missing middle as I think Jody had mentioned. So I'm fully supportive of their proposal.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very much in agreement with my colleague, what Councillor Ioannidis has said. What we have to do is take a step back and really look at this proposal. We've seen many zone change applications in the last number of years that are more denser than we have experienced. But most of them, if not all of them, have been condominiumized development. So they would be for future, homeowners or investors that would likely own. This is an opportunity where we're creating rental units. We continue to talk about housing crunch, home affordability. Not everyone will choose to buy a home. Not everyone can ever in their life afford to buy a home. Many for many, a rental will be the only option. We need to ensure as a council, as community leaders, to help create as many opportunities for development of rental units. That's why a proposal like this that comes forward that is already committing as a rental portfolio, that is already proposing partnership with other agencies, that is already proposing a partnership or engagement with the hospital for additional ancillary benefits, and is leveraging and taking advantage of an LRT station, not just a transit node, but an LRT station that's in front of it, where residents, the future residents of this building, can hop on and enjoy many aspects of our city, many different parks within our city. We can't necessarily create a park in front of every development. But here we have an opportunity where there's a already investment made in a transit where those future residents can take advantage of that and enjoy aspects of green space in our neighboring city in Waterloo, where the LRT station is close to Waterloo Park, where residents can hop on in front of their home onto the LRT and go to Victoria Park, where there's large landscape there as well. I'm not questioning that there's not enough landscape out there or enough green space, and park space. I think that's absolutely something that this council has to grapple. What I'm trying to say is we have a development that is the right amount of density, that is proposing to bring affordable housing units and rental units. We have to applaud this type of development, not ask the same old tired questions of why should this development be appropriate for this site? If not here, then my question is where else? I think this is a good development proposal, and I'm glad that staff has supported it, and it can't happen soon enough.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Marsh, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to first start off by thanking all the delegates that came on Monday night. We had Jane Desperats, who really showed us about the parts planning recommendations, about Dodds Lane being too narrow, the urban design manual, etc. Alice Renard focused on the traffic and other issues with regard to any vehicle problems, specifically Dodds Lane and the blind corner signage and parking restrictions, some of which we are able to address. At least most of these things, actually, we will be able to address if we can come back with amending the bylaw on council night to increase the setback for the first floor of attached to Dodds Lane. Liz Stevens, who really spoke at length about tall buildings and their effects, and Heather Love, who talked about the lack of green space and wondering where are people going to go. And they all had very valid concerns. That being said, I also have to say that when we're looking at building a city that's growing up and not out, and when we're looking at developers being responsible corporate citizens so that we can increase our amount of affordable housing and increase our responsiveness to the needs around each building, I really feel that Quintero has gone a long way in providing this partnership with Grand River Hospital Foundation. I think it's phenomenal. I also think that we need to have a better route. It was difficult for them to even, partner with our nonprofit housing providers to try to figure out what they can do. And I think we need to really work on that on our staff level and our partnership with the region to create an avenue for developers of every project to have an opportunity to add affordable housing units to their project. I also, I want to thank Quintero for coming to the table with in earnest with their interest to really develop a project that they are proud of and that ideally the whole city can benefit from. And those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor Urbanovic, I think you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair Chapman, and I'll get my comments done before 11, but we may need to do a quick 3 or 4 minute extension. I number one want to thank all of the delegations that came in, both residents and the applicant. I will be supporting the application that's before us for many of the reasons that have been outlined. Jody, Paul, and Stuart, thank you for the approach, as has been noted by Board Councillor Marsh, that you've taken in terms of being responsive to some of the concerns and issues, but more importantly, the focus on community, both in terms of the partnership with the Grand River Hospital Foundation, but as well as the openness to look at and provide affordable housing, to consider things such as the accessible units, which we've raised, and other issues. So I'm hopeful that this is the beginning of a long relationship of your company in our community, and look forward to working with you. I will, Madam Chair, just note that we just received an email from Mr. Stevenson reminding us of the revised bylaw that was sent to us on Monday to reflect some of the changes that have been contemplated, and so that is in fact in front of us, I believe, for this evening.
Okay, thank you. I see, Madam Clerk, you had your hand up. Is it to remind us of this?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, it was.
Okay, so we vote on this first, I presume, and then we vote on the recommendation. Is that correct? Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Chair, I suppose I would defer to Councillor Davey on his motion if he intended to capture the amendment.
It's amazing. I actually did. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Marsh, I see you have your hand up as well.
Why don't we do a quick vote to go past 11, since this might, we might end at 11:01.
Okay. All those in favor of going past 11? Those opposed? So I'll take that as a go ahead. Okay, let's vote first on the amendment, if you don't mind pulling it up again.
I do apologize, Madam Chair, if I could just interject. I don't know if there is a further amendment needed to capture Councillor Marsh's changes to the building's setback. or if that was also captured.
Councillor Marsh?
I believe that staff would need a bit more time to amend the bylaw. And so I was hoping that we could bring it in and do that for council. So I'm not proposing that amendment at this moment.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so then we'll vote on the amendment in front of us. All those in favor, I can't see people. Maybe Madam Clerk, you can see them, everybody? Oh, I can move this, hang on. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? And that carries. And then the motion, is it possible to pull that up as well? The recommendation?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
This is the staff recommendation as amended. So just one motion required tonight.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. So that carries and we're done, I guess, are we? There's nothing more to vote on? Okay, thank you very much. And the meeting is adjourned and we'll see you, I guess, on the 21st.